Hello, everybody. How's it going? I Let me take this little thing. I'm in my Vulcan look today because what's her name? The Karen from yesterday was like, I don't know Star Trek. I don't like Star Trek. Well, I'm Mr. Spock's gay cousin. Okay, Mrs. Spock. Thank you very much. Giving I don't have the pointy ears, but I thought, oh my god, so ratchet. So I'm serving Star Trek today, you guys. And hi everybody. Hello T-Pal. Hello Debbie. Hello Katie. Hello Maria. Hello Jack. And hello Aisha. And hello everybody in the. Hey Audrey. Katie, love DIY. Hi everybody. Hey Miri, how's it going? Let me do a quick little screenshot moment. Something. Okay, so there's that. Hey, baby Firefly. Hey, Andrea. So they're in a break, aren't they? So I just had a little sandwich, you guys. And okay, so first of all, I'm again late today, but tomorrow we won't be because again, Chanel held me up. So there's gonna be a lot to talk. It was Chanel's fault yet again. In the best of ways, though, mind you. So tomorrow. No, oh my God, I don't even know what day is it today. It's Tuesday, right? I mean, time is just I can't even tell you. So, okay, so first news is we're going to be live streaming actually also on Friday because apparently this week being the last week of the loss of the trial, it's also going to go on Friday apparently. So we might be live streaming on Friday as well. I mean, this is a tour de force or as they would ironically say, oh, it's the Tour de France. But it's the Tour de Force of live streaming, so you best believe we're gonna live stream until the end of this trial. So if they do it, if they have the verdicts coming in on Friday, and if they live stream that, then we're gonna be here on Friday as well. So, in that respect, subscribe so you can partake in the chats. Be sure to subscribe to Totally Dacob, to my channel here, and help me reach 1K subbies. So I'm going to post that in the chats and I'm going to pin it. I'm going to pin it, you guys, to the top of the chats. So thank you so much for everybody who has subscribed thus far and keep subscribing. We're almost there. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers. And I'm super, super happy. And then the sooner we get to 1,000 subscribers on this channel and the more content we can create for it. So, hello Asia. Hey Orsi. Hi chat. Hi everybody. So, hey Barbara Shioka. Maria. Hi. I don't know what I missed thus far because I've been out. I was rushing to sort stuff out. Katie says closing arguments are Friday. This is not a beer. I'm drinking mate, cold mate with bubbly water. Halen's Moomin, how's it going? So I'm serving a Vulcan, kind of futuristic Vulcan look. Vulcan meets Blade Runner, the first Blade Runner. A little bit of Vulcan, Star Trek meets Blade Runner. That's the idea. Hey, darling. Hey, sweetie, darling. Hey, love DIY. He just says, hi from somewhere in the middle of Italy. I just spent 2 days around Florence and Rome. Ah, fabulosity, darling. Hey, Gloria Recinos. Hello, Dacob. Hello, Bugga Peps. Hey, you guys. Oh, my God. Asia, enjoying it. Bella Italia. Oh, that's amazing. Enjoy, darling. Enjoy. Yes, Asia. Kate Moss is testifying tomorrow. Hey, Jacqueline. How's it going, love? I think we should watch the counterclaims from today. Counterclaims from today? What do you mean? Well, I mean, I missed the first part, so if anybody can like bring me up to speed, because I just like literally came back home, did my hair, or undid my hair, the Star Trek realness. Listen, Spock's gay cousin is in honor of Catherine, the witness yesterday that said that she hates Star Trek. Well, honey, this is for you. How dare you hate a show that's all about love and inclusivity? Doesn't surprise me that she doesn't like it. Oh, Chanel pulled through, honey. Let me tell you, Chanel. It was a difficult birth, but Chanel pulled through. More about that on Saturday, so be sure to tune in to my main YouTube channel this Saturday for all that news. And Katie says Depp started rebuttal case to Amber Heard's case. So far, several Hollywood experts and a doctor. I see. So today they had so many people already testifying. Well, I guess because Amber Heard's lawyers don't have enough time left, so that maybe they went quickly through them. Oh, witnesses undoing Catherine's testimony, says Andrea. Ooh, that sounds juicy, Andrea. Nadine, how's it going, sweetie? Hi, Dacob. Love seeing you during the week. Hey, sweetie, it's your Vulcan, your favorite Mr. Spock's gay cousin. That's kind of what I'm going for here. Chanel, right? Oh my God. Jacob, oh, Katie says lots of Hollywood tea about Jason Momoa and Amber Heard not having chemistry. Ooh, that's juicy. Maria says the two lawyers talked to the judge. Has Johnny already testified too? Asks Asia. Mrs. Blue says, hi, everyone. Hi, Mrs. Blue. Jack says, I haven't been able to watch the first half. Neither have I, Jack. T-Pal says, CNN reports Heard's team has rested the case. What do you mean? Okay, I have to check that out. Well, they have no more time left. They only have like 4 hours left. Kate says, quick experts and one longer expert regarding Heard's claim that career was ruined, made challenging by Depp bringing lawsuit. Thank you, Katie. Maria says, I love the speech Johnny Depp gave. Asia says, super cute hairstyle today. Thank you, Asia. Star Trek inspired. Just for Catherine from yesterday. And Gloria says, they had to, yes, undoing Catherine's testimony. The hair, darling, fabulous is Aaron. Thank you, thank you. Vulcan hairdo, Star Trek inspired. I am Mr. Spock's gay cousin. I'm repeating this for whoever tunes in. That's why I'm repeating it all the time. So we're all up to speed about why I look so kooky today. Rested the case just means they have nothing left to argue, right? Asks Jack. It could mean several things. Legally speaking, it could mean that they're done talking. But journalistically speaking, it could mean a lot of things depending on what the journalist thought when they were writing the article, you know? Gloria says, one man, a numbers guy, came in with numbers, a chart. Ooh. Rested the case just means they have nothing left to argue. Oh, sorry, I read that one already. Katie says, yes, Heard rested and Johnny Depp's team is doing rebuttal to rested? Heard case. To, I guess, to destroy her case? Just their closing argument, Jack. Okay, so Amber Heard's lawyers just had their closing argument and that's it. They're done. Maria says the first part of today was the two lawyers' counterclaims. Miranda says, Dacob, the hair got me to stand up. I love it. Thank you, Miranda. Star Trek. Welcome, Miranda. Star Trek. Spock's gay cousin. This is a Vulcan hairdo. T-Paw says, a motion to strike Heard's counterclaims against Depp was denied Tuesday. Oh, interesting, T-Pal. A motion to strike Heard's counterclaims. Okay, so she can counterclaim everything then. If Depp's motion to strike Heard's counterclaims was denied, then she can go forward with it. Asia says, everything I know on court system is the U.S. is from TV series, so it's interesting to see how these things roll out in real life. Katie says, no, closing is on Friday. Heard rested, meaning no more witnesses, says Katie. Katie says, between them resting the case and the closing arguments, Depp's team has a rebuttal to the case. Debbie says, do the weirdos hair tomorrow? Oh my God, with the little, yeah. Sam the Eagle's hairdo tomorrow. T-Paul says the judge is allowing counterclaims from Heard. Yes. That's going to be interesting. Is it though? Depp's team is currently bringing witness for the rebuttal, as T-Pal says. Do you guys think we're gonna get Katie today? Is Kate Moss gonna come today instead of tomorrow? Like, if I mean, if Amber's lawyers rested their case, and then maybe, what do you think? All the complication tomorrow, Shanita. So Shanita, hey Shanita. So definitely she's coming tomorrow. Okay. Is this something to read out loud? Wait, let me see. Or not. My spider senses says no. Kate will be tomorrow. So I think with Kate Moss. Okay, so let me think about this. So if Kate Moss is scheduled for Wednesday, and they have their closing arguments on Friday, so that means that they're not using Kate Moss as kind of like this groundbreaking thing witness that they could use right before closing arguments. Like, let's say Kate Moss could have come on a Thursday, also because she's a model. So she has to do the Thursday while she's posing. Thursday, Thursday, Thursday. So I think Kate Moss should have come on a Thursday. A, because she's a model. Two, because, I mean, if she's a star witness, she has to be kind of last. But then again, I guess they're doing her tomorrow because she's not a star witness. Or maybe, she has some really important photo shoot to do on a Thursday, so she can't be there for them on a Thursday. They may want her to be a surprise. Oh my god, I cannot wait to see Kate Moss. And maybe they have some other doctors, Hollywood lawyers types on the list, but hard to tell. Also, is she doing it by Zoom or in person? Katie, apparently Zoom. Asia can't wait to see Kate's look. We all can't wait. I hope it's not by Zoom because I want to see the entire look. No, Kate, I think it's going to be Zoom. Or yesterday, people were saying it's probably going to be Zoom. Asia says, is Kate on Amber's or Johnny's side? Johnny, baby. Kate's on Johnny's side. Yeah. Maria says, but I feel there's not a lot for Kate Moss to say. She's his ex and can talk about the relationship, but that's it. No, she knows the staircase incident. She knows the staircase. She's there because of the staircase incident. They're questioning her because of the staircase incident, because Amber Heard allowed it, because Amber Heard mentioned Kate Moss in her testimony. Yeah, Jack. So, I mean, Kate Moss is basically just there to confirm that Johnny did not push her. Exactly. So, hey, Rhonda Fraser, cleared my calendar to watch the rest of the trial. Yay! Let me tell ya. So, one reason I was late was Chanel. The second reason I was late was the announcement that's going to happen on the 31st of May in that special live stream that we're doing on my main YouTube channel. So be sure to set your calendars for the 31st of May as well. So that was also a reason why I was running late, because certain formalities had to be compiled. Yeah, true, but I feel like it's not going to take a long time, says Maria. Oh, yeah, Kate Moss is not going to talk for a long time. Unless, of course, Kate Moss is there, like, unless, of course, I don't know. I mean, she's there as a professional witness, isn't she? Like, being a model and all. I don't know. Do they pay her as well? I mean, is she paid, though? Hi, BB. Yes, my hair. I am serving Star Trek Vulcan, gay cousin of Spock, in honor of Catherine's testimony yesterday. The witness said she hates Star Trek. How can you hate a TV show that's all about love and inclusivity? So I'm serving in honor of all Vulcans in Star Trek a Vulcan hairdo. Just because Catherine should reevaluate what she said about Star Trek. She doesn't like Star Trek. Of course she wouldn't like Star Trek. Catherine. And Yeah, Katie says no. Kate Moss is not paid because not an expert. Oh, honey, she's an expert in looks. They should pay her. Just to be on camera, they should pay her. I missed the big reveals as BB. Madame says, hi, Dacob and guys. Hi, Madame. Laura Sparkles, how's it going, sweetie? We got like about 15 minutes of the break, courtroom break to go before they tune in back, and then we're going to be with them. Not paid because not an expert. Tell us, Dacob, have you met Vivian Westwood? Is this about May 31st? RN says. RN, I have met Vivian Westwood several times um, and, already. So that's kind of not news. You guys know, I mean, for who follows me, you know that I met Vivian, I worked with her. So I have met Vivian Westwood, yes, but that's not the breaking news that's happening on the 31st of May. T-Pal says, how long did Ellen Barkin talk in the trial? Oh, guys, I don't know. Can anybody answer? Hey, Kate Moore. Hello, handsome. Hello, everyone. Oh, thank you, sweetie. So kind. Thank you. Madame says, did you watch Johnny Depp lawyer destroy Amber? What was that? No, was that today? Or, Madame, are you talking about a couple of days last week? Yeah, I was there. We filmed it live as it was as she was being destroyed. We filmed it here on Totally Dacob. Or was it happening again? Or was she destroyed yet again today? In that case, I missed it. Yes, you are serving. Thanks, BB. Jack says, well, she didn't say she hated it. She said she didn't watch it or wasn't a fan. Girl, it's the same thing. BB says, ha ha ha. Just yapping. How's it going, sweetie? Hi, Fashion Bunker fam. Trekkies unite. Right? I'm telling you, babes. Hold on, my earplug. Maria says, I will pay her just to look at her. Right? Exactly. She is a professional witness. Like, if they're bringing Kate Moss to be on camera, that's what she's professional for. She should be paid to be on camera. I mean, bottom line. She's an expert, I agree, LOL. Just not for trial, says Katie. Oh, well. Talia says, hi. How can Catherine speak as an expert on the Aquaman casting and satire or satire? I don't know what you mean. When she didn't even know who Patrick Wilson is, and she doesn't like Star Trek. I'm serving Vulcan Star Trek hair today. In honor of Star Trek that has been... Star Trek should sue her for defamation for what she said yesterday. Oh, instead of salary, you mean salaries. Okay, how expert on Aquaman casting and salaries when she didn't even know who Patrick Wilson is. I mean, a lot of what Catherine said was just like... It felt like, and everything I'm saying in this video is for entertainment purposes only, just my opinion. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. Most of the stuff Catherine said to me sounded like farts in the wind. But the wind was blowing backwards. So like you fart and then it kind of just blows it into you and then you smell your own fart. That's how it felt like. Laura Sparkles loves the hair. Did you cut it or just fabulous style, Dacob? No, I did not cut it. This is like a pony that is like all the hair is kind of turned in, held together there, and then it's kind of on the side here falling down. So it's a fabulous little hairdo. A little simple little Vulcan Star Trek moment here. Nothing special, darling. Just a little something, darling. You know. So Asia says maybe Dacob has a time machine and he went to meet Coco herself. I wish. I meet her in my dreams. Oh my god, I think I dreamt about her the other night. I don't really remember how it went. Like I recall. Here we are. I don't recall. No, I do recall a dream with Coco. We were trying to solve something. There was something that we were both involved in together, and we were trying to solve it. Not a case. It wasn't like a mystery, but it was more... There was some situation. We were both in Paris, but we were in the countryside, and in this beautiful villa, and her and I were like talking about dinner arrangements, and there was some design issue that we were solving together. I mean, it was fun. It was a really fun dream. Coco was fabulous. So, okay, so uh, Johnny's lawyer destroyed Amber today. So wait, did Amber Heard take the stand today again? Oh my God, we missed a lot. Okay, Maria, so we can watch that, I guess, later. I mean, now it's like 15 minutes to go before they resume, so I guess we can't. It's not enough time to watch that part and then jump into the new. So we're gonna do like yesterday. I guess we're gonna watch whatever's left to watch today, and then maybe we're gonna at the end attach the first part that we missed, and then we're gonna watch the second part later. Because I mean, honestly, like who has the freaking like time to wake up at like 6 in the morning, get ready? It's like 7, 8, and then court thing starts at 8. Like, girl, we're fashionably late. I'm sorry. We're fashionably late. We do it in our time and we do a bit later. We need our beauty sleep. Let all the lawyer YouTubers, let all of those, hungry vultures that want to get all the views in, let them do it from the get go. And then when all the craziness settles down, then we rewatch it. It's fine. We're good. Because, seriously, ain't nobody got time for that. Mm. You know what I mean? Oh, Romulan. Am I Romulan now? I thought I was Vulcan. I could do Romulan. I love Romulans. I could do Romulan. Sure, why not? I can do Romulan. He destroyed her today. Search the video. She's playing a game. Ben Chu brutally brings down Amber Heard for a quick video reaction. Interesting. Sue that Rick Owens lookalike. Subscribe, you guys. We're at 891 subscribers. Come on, let's get this channel going. Thank you. I'm going to guzzle. If we reach 1K, I have a little bully, and we've been trying to reach 1K like since last week, and it ain't happening. The champagne is like freezing in that fridge. Poor thing. A murder mystery in the French villa. Oh my God, Jack! I would love to shoot a movie with Coco Chanel and me, like murder mystery in the French villa, Agatha Christie style. Yeah, figuring out dining decor and food. It was fun. Laura Sparkles is so cute. Thank you. Yes, I think it's like 25 minutes. Hopefully I can stay longer, says Jack Dean. Oh, I hope so too, sweetie. Aisha says, I properly visualized your dream when you described it. Oh, Aisha, it was amazing. Coco and I had a lot of fun. Aisha, Anna Delvey, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for you. Hi, Nina. Welcome. Barbara says, it looks Romulan, LOL. Well, then it's Romulan. I'm fine. Listen, if it looks Romulan, it's Romulan. Oh my God, I had a dream with Coco too. It was in the 40s. Oh, RN. Oh, in the 40s. In the countryside. I was like 12 on a bike delivering a written message to Coco, who was at a cafe. She took the paper, read it, and said, thank you. Well, what was in the message? Do you know what was in the message? Oh, thanks, Maria Barreau. Yes, thumb up the video, you guys. Andrew says, I could make accounts for my 2 dogs. At this point, it's like, at this point, we're like, okay, so how do we do that? Who could? I think the thing is whoever's interested in this trial is obviously tuning in to all the lawyers live streaming, because they'll obviously, as I said, they start early from the get-go, and millions of people watching, so obviously it's kind of really hard for this little channel to get discovered. Also because here we don't really cover the legalities of things, we just cover the fun part of it. I mean, we talk about the fashion, we talk about potential perfumes they're wearing, we throw some shade, and psychology. I mean, we do analyze what goes down, like according to body language and their minds, and what we think is going through their minds, and what we perceive is a shock moment or not. And I mean, we do go into that. So obviously, you don't come to my channel to hear legal commentary on the trial. You don't. You come here to just have some fun together. Uh, hey, Sunset and Moonlight. Just Happy says, going back to work. See you all on my lunch break. See you soon. Bye. We are part of the system, says T-Pal, right? An account per family member, says Maria. Aisha says, I want to know which sunglasses Johnny is wearing. Yes, T-Pal, the Johnny Depp Matrix. Andrea says, I switched over from Law and Crime Network. Yeah, exactly, Andrea, because a lot of people are watching all of the law, justly so, because, I mean, they're going to have a lot of intel into what certain things mean. But, I mean, psychologically, to be perfectly honest with you guys, like, we came to the same conclusions here watching the stuff together. Like, the lawyers come, you know what I mean? Because I have really good judgment of character, so I can see, oh, this is heading in that direction. Oh, they want to push that. Oh, this means that. Okay, so emotionally, they're trying to push the tear ducts here. They're trying to say this, but to say this, they're trying to arrive to point B, going through all of these other dots. Like, I get it. It's a simple case. I mean, it's quite transparent. The psychology structure of this case is quite simple, to say the least. The legalities of it all is an extra perk for who's interested in it, but to me, it's the psychology that is really fascinating. And so yeah, this is more fun. Thanks, Andrea. I think so too. Also because there's less of that. I don't know. I take it on a more personal level, like saying like as if these people are acquaintances of mine in the trial, and so I'm like, Elaine, stop it, girl. You know, like stuff like that. But anyway, and RN says, no, I was not allowed to read the message that was delivered for Coco in RN's dream, but she had a worried face. Then I had to leave quickly because there was an air raid. The thing is, I've never been to Europe, and she spoke English with a French accent. Yeah, that's Coco. She came to visit you. Sunset and Moonlight says, everything is alleged anyway. Oh, totally, Sunset. Madame says, people are getting huge tattoos of this trial on their body. WTF. Oh my God, that is so cringe. Amandeep says, hi, Decon and all. Hey, Amanda. I love the I love the typos between the Jacobs and the Decons. It's amazing. Maria says, I think he wears sometimes Oliver Peoples, or at least they look alike. Oh, right, for the Johnny Depp glasses. Hey, Nicole Papinchak, how's it going, my love? Hey, Rich Mitch. So it could be Oliver Peoples, but he's been wearing these colored shades for like glasses for a long time. They could also be Dior. They could be Valentino. They could be Oliver Peoples. Hey, Jesus. Hey, Decon. Hey, girl. Hi, Dimethicone. Yes, we're living for that silicone life. Dimethicone. And can Hollywood really be serious? Oh, Andrea, I don't think so. No. And I think the less seriously you take it and the chiller you are and the further you're going to get in Hollywood. That's just my opinion. But people getting huge tattoos of this trial on their body is so cringe, because if they're getting these huge tattoos on their body, it means that this is a really important thing in their life. And I'm like, if this trial is the highlight of your life, yeah. Yeah. In my Julia Fox voice, right? Yeah. Yeah, I did it all by myself. Yeah. Yeah. Just saying. Oh, Rich Mitch says hair giving me B-52 vibes. So, all right. So Barbara says my hairdo is Romulan. I mean, my hairdo is inspired by Star Trek. I am the gay cousin of Spock. Because yesterday's witness was like, I'm not a fan of Star Trek. And I'm like, how can you not be a fan of Star Trek? Star Trek is amazing. And it's so positive and full of hope. And so, you know, and I'm like, I'm redeeming justice for Star Trek. So I have the Mr. Spock's gay cousin's hairdo today. So whether it's Vulcan or Romulan, Barbara says it's Romulan. It's Romulan slash Vulcan, but it's a Star Trek inspired hairdo. I hope you enjoy. A futuristic Star Trek inspired hairdo. And Amanda says, stupid typos. I do typos all the time. Yeah, Holly weird. Totally Jack. But I love Hollywood because it is so insane. And it's just like, I think, okay, so two tricks to learn if you want to make it in Hollywood. Not that I've made it in Hollywood, so I know. But let's just say this is my two rules of thumb. But you do you, boo, right? First of all, and this I've heard often said by famous people who have been in the business for a long time. The sooner you embrace and accept the fact that there's no fairness in Hollywood, the sooner you're going to be happy. Very important thing. Don't get all bitter about the fact you're an extra and they're all shitting on you and nobody cares for you. You're not the lead. You're some little tiny wheel of the whole mechanism. It ain't fair. That's the way it is. Accept it. Don't fight it. If you fight it, you're gonna lose. Accept it, embrace it, make the best out of it, and people are gonna notice your positivity and you're gonna go. That's the first thing. You're gonna go upwards. Second thing, don't take it too seriously. Enjoy. Like Hollywood is a dream, and have fun. Have fun with it. Have fun with the quirkiness, with the craziness, and of course, don't do anything that is going to harm you psychologically. Obviously, know your own limits. Within your own limits, be loose. So, obviously, for those who have more loose limits, they make it further. For those who are more, tight. But again, we jump back to rule number one. It's unfair. Accept it. You can't change it. Just embrace it and have fun with it. And this is Hollywood in a nutshell. But then who am I? Who am I to know? Who am I to know? Who am I to know? Another quick thing, oh, hold on. Let me scroll. Sorry, I missed tattoos of the trial. Thoughts and prayers, says Jesus. Aaron says, another quick thing. The cafe smelled of number 5 and number 2 with a hint of cigarette smoke. I was wearing a burgundy sweater with brown wool shorts and leather boots. Super weird dream. Oh my God, Aaron, that sounds fabulous. What a fabulous dream. I just can't get over Dr. Evil. I mean, Spiegel, LOL, says Amanda from yesterday. I mean, he was hilarious. Asia says, I wish we can play again the words game like the other week. It was fun. We're going to get to doing that as well. Well, right now, obviously we can't because we're focusing on Jana. Barbara says, nice. Jack says, justice for just this. Sunset and Moonlight says, Your Honor, D, I have a confession to make. I never watched Star Trek. Now, having a confession and saying you never watched Star Trek is totally fine. Saying, I don't like it, is a different story. You know what I mean? Asia says, oh, there is no fairness almost anywhere, unfortunately. Jack says, everybody comes to Hollywood. Dacob spilling the tea on how to make it in the neighborhood. Yes, Madonna vibe. When she gets the little lip injections in the video and all that. Oh, she was so gorgeous, wasn't she? Okay, now let me update the chats. BB says, so true. Also about life in general, there's no fairness and don't take life too seriously, says BB. Jack says, yours moderner. Amanda says, so true. It's not fair and nepotism is a pillar like for everything. Nepotism is a huge thing in this world. I mean, it's always like, you protect your own family, like who's close to you, you push them further, your boyfriends, your girlfriends, your family, brothers, sisters, what have you, right? And then the rest can suck it. That's kind of how the world goes, right? Nuala says, I just go to Universal Studios Orlando to get my Hollywood fix. I love going to Universal Studios. In fact, I prefer going to Universal Studios than going to Disneyland or Disney World because I ain't a fan. So, in terms of, Johnny not doing any more Disney stuff, oh no, I'm done with. Oh, hold on. Do I have more mate? I'm looking. I would like to have some more, but I don't know if I see it. But so for me, like Johnny, I know there's a lot of money to be made with Disney, but there's also wonderful movies that Johnny Depp can do without Disney. Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, we're back.
Are we ready for the jury?
Who cares about Pirates of the Caribbean
sure.
at this point? You know what I mean? We've done so many movies. Spock's gay cousin is in the courtroom, meaning me. I'm ready. Okay. I don't hear anything. Maybe they haven't activated the audio yet. I'm pouring my mate. My ice cold mate with bubbly water. What a pip. Guys, I can't hear anything. I think because they haven't activated the audio yet, I guess. Moral of the story is you gotta loosen up from the back, says Jizzes. Jizzes knows best. Which perfume would you imagine Debbie Mazar with? Oh my gosh, something... Debbie Mazar could totally be opium, but she could also be obsession. But something ambery and warm. Oh, look at Michelle. Hey, Michelle with the yellow... Oh, I love it. Michelle, your yellow jacket is gorgeous. With the little green top. Yas. Boop. Boop, boop. She's so cute. Which perfume would you Debbie? Madame says, now Madonna's face is Hollywood personified. Kind of is. I'm a Disney princess, says Jack. Out jizzing away several times a day. Oh, little rhyme. Catherine says, yes, giving life. Jack says, do you like Johnny's blue suit? I have to give it a better look, Jack. When they pan the camera to him, I'm gonna check it out. They are back, Katie. Jack says, Amber looks like a fish today. With the hair. Oh yeah, she has all the braid thing going down. Aaron says, I've heard Disney wants to remove the Johnny Depp animatronics from the Pirates ride too. Which is insane. They shouldn't. Sunset and Moonlight says, no sound because they approached the bench. Andrea says, they are bringing in the jury. Jack says, OPM. Yes, for Mazar. Michelle is a vibe, isn't she, RN? She's so cute. She looks like Roseanne a little bit. And I love Roseanne. Oh, here we go.
All right. We ready for the jury then?
The judge has a blue collar today.
Okay. Wait, which of the jury?
And Jesus, Kate Moss, apparently tomorrow. But maybe they surprise us and she pops up today. Oh, coronavirus. Cardi B moment. Oh, I see Johnny Depp's little outfit. It's kind of like a lilac-y blue. I mean, it matches his tan. It's kind of good for his skin tone.
All right, you may be seated. All right.
But I do like him with darker
suits.
suits. I do prefer him with a little bit of a darker suit. Oh, they're approaching the bench again. Cha. I knew some of the court audience would bring COVID in, says Jack. T-Pal says, I'm loving his suit. Madame says, Dacob, thank you so much on your high recommendation of Bleu de Chanel. I loved it. Ha ha ha! Madame. Although blue smells amazing on some people. You can't, like... Let's be honest about this. It does have its moments.
Your next question. Mr. Banya, before lunch we were talking about your opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell. Did you also analyze the testimony of Ms. Arnold in this case?
Yes, I
Mr.
did.
Chanel.
And are you aware of her opinion that Ms. Heard's career would have followed the same trajectory as that of Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine, if not for the Waldman statements?
Yes.
Yeah, Johnny's
What's your
very tanned.
understanding of Ms. Arnold's basis for her opinion that Ms. Heard's career should have been similar to that of those identified actors?
Ms. Arnold stated that when producers or her industry
he's
is
back.
looking to
We already saw him last week.
talent and actors, that it's important to best understand the public's perception of the actors that they're considering, and that it's important to look into social media to see what is happening with the actors they're considering for either a movie or even an endorsement opportunity with companies.
Jack loves the thinning hair.
So that was her approach.
And is that the process she followed in providing her analysis of those purportedly comparable actors?
But he's still young. He's still young.
Although she stated that, she went in and
Hey, Sylvie.
brought in these alleged comparable actors, and without really the reasoning behind that.
Did you conduct an analysis based on your expertise in social media and internet analytics of Ms. Heard compared to the actors to whom Ms. Arnold compares her?
I did.
And what did you find?
Well, since Ms. Arnold stated that the proper approach is looking at the public perspective, looking into social media, and she did not do that, I felt that was the best approach to do this based on her words. So yes, I did go into best understanding the public perspective of Ms. Heard and the alleged comparable actors using Q scores. And then I also went and did some analysis online and on social media as well.
Can you briefly remind the jury what Q scores are?
Yeah, again, Q scores measure how well a celebrity, it could be a cartoon character, it could be a sports person, how well they're known, how well they're liked, and how much they're disliked. And it's an industry standard tool that's used.
The collar of his shirt is
It's
tailored
not just
nicely.
focused on the movies that they're in, but it's focused on them as actors,
Oh,
but
really?
also
Who gets Botox?
what's
Just
happening in their personal lives.
Johnny or this guy?
Come to play as well. So that's how Q scores are typically used.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis you completed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach again? All right, thank you.
He's debunking Catherine's testimony. Yes, he's like, well, since Miss Arnold didn't do her due diligent research, I'm gonna tell you where it's at. And bam.
No objection to the demonstrative.
All right, we'll identify plaintiffs 1296 for identification and publish to the jury.
Mr. Banya, what point in time do these Q scores represent that are reflected on your demonstrative?
So these are the winter 2019 Q scores that are reflected here. And what was important for me is I wanted to find Q scores that represented Miss Heard after Aquaman. And remember, Aquaman is December of 2018. These Q scores were gathered January and February of 19, but before the Waldman statements.
And what did you find based on the Q scores that you looked at?
So as you see here on the left are positive Q scores, and the higher the number, the better. As you can see, Ms. Gadot has the highest Q score out of the group of actors here at a 28. But you're going to notice Ms. Heard has the lowest positive Q score. She has a 9. So I find that very interesting that she doesn't appear to fit in as a comparable with these alleged comparable actors. I think what's also interesting is the average Q score for all actors being scored at that time, which include all the alleged comparable actors here, score at an average of 17. And you can see, again, she is 9, well below that. And then on the right side, you're going to see the negative Q scores. So this is how much people dislike you. So the lower the score is better.
They're like, they hate you,
can
Amber.
see Mr. Momoa is over here with the lowest at an 8. But you can see Ms. Heard is over here at a 28, which was quite a difference. A 20-point difference from Mr. Momoa, and also a 10-point difference, from the average of
throwing
all
shade,
actors.
saying
So she
lowest
is
IQ score.
very much little.
Amber.
Her
Shade
positive score
or
is very
C.
low, and her negative score is very high, which tells me that she does not fit in as a comparable as it relates to these alleged comparable actors.
What opinions did you form based on that Q-score analysis?
My opinions as it relates to these Q scores
Johnny
is,
seems tired.
Miss Arnold used these actors as allegedly comparable actors. But really, listening to her testimony yesterday, it appears that she's abandoned this approach. I don't think she's using these comparable actors or these alleged comparable actors anymore. She's more relying on her experience, and I agree with that.
Did Ms. Arnold offer a criticism of your use of the Q-scores here?
She did, yes.
And what's your understanding what that criticism is?
Well, what I believe she was saying is that I should have ran Q scores for these allegedly comparable actors after each of their breakout films, which I disagree. First of all, Q scores doesn't work like that. Q scores are available twice a year, so it's not that I could pick a month or a different month for each of the Q score actors. So I feel that, what was important for me, and this doesn't always happen when I'm using Q scores, you can get this perfect moment in time. As Ms. Heard said, but as Ms. Arnold said, that, Aquaman was Ms. Heard's breakout moment. So these scores reflect that breakout moment, and they're terrible Q scores.
How would your
Oh my
analysis
God.
change
He's
if
like,
you had used Ms. Arnold's
we'll
logic with
go.
respect to the timing of the Q-scores that you looked at?
I mean, if you really think about what Ms. Arnold was saying, is she's saying that she thinks Q scores are the highest for each actor right after their breakout moment. So I would think, if anything, these Q scores could have been a bit lower, because it's not right after their breakout moment. But what's important for me is the fact that these scores reflect, who Amber Heard was at the time before the Waldman statements, but after the Aquaman release.
We can take that one down, Tom. Thank you. What other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions in this case?
She's like, I didn't hear any of
Again,
that.
taking the
I'm
advice from Ms.
amazing.
Arnold, it's
Thank
important.
you.
She says the industry looks into social media, what their followings are
God.
like, with the numbers as it relates to their followers. Again, what is the public perception of them? So I analyzed their social media accounts, but prior to the Waldman statement. So.
And how did you do that?
Yeah, so what I did, I don't know if you're all familiar with the archive.org. They have a tool called the Wayback Machine. What archive.org does is it archives the internet. So you can go back in time to see what websites and web pages used to look like in the past. Not all the time can you actually get a celebrity's social media accounts to have been archived, but we were fortunate that each of the alleged comparable actors' social media accounts were in archive.org. So I was able to go back in time prior to the Waldman statements to see what the following activity was for each of the alleged comparable actors.
Mr. Banya, did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects your social media analysis?
Yes.
Yeah, Katie says
Your Honor, may I approach?
the scores reflect she's always pulled terribly, says Katie. Yeah, internet keeps tabs forever. Very creepy, RN. Catherine of Sweden, hey sweetie, showing lower teeth is anger. Maria says, whoever is doing Amber's hair color needs
No
to get
objection to the
fired,
demonstration.
says Maria.
All right, we'll mark it for identification purposes, plaintiffs 1297 and publish.
Mr. Banya, could you tell the jury what you found when you looked at the social media?
Yeah, so what I found, again, this is prior to the Waldman statements. First thing you're going to notice here is not all actors use social media. You're going to see Mr. Pine doesn't have Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and Momoa and DeArmas don't use Facebook or Twitter. But what's important to look at is you have Ms. Heard prior to the Waldman statements with 3.8 Instagram followers and 142,500 Twitter followers. And then you move down to Gal Gadot with 37 million Instagram followers compared to her 3.8 million. And 2.3 million Twitter followers compared to Ms. Heard's 142,000. And you can then even go down to Zendaya with 65.9 million and 17.2 million Twitter followers. What this is telling me is really, more people are interested in Ms. Gadot and Zendaya and even Mr. Momoa than Ms. Heard on social media. It just tells me a lot. People are interested in these actors as opposed to Ms. Heard, more of a following. Q scores, well liked, less disliked. So it kind of fits into the analysis of determining whether or not these alleged comparable actors are actually comparable.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Ms. Arnold's analysis of the so-called comparable actors?
Yes, again, it appears that she's abandoned this approach, and I agree with that. I feel that, through the Q-score analysis and the social media analysis, that they're just not comparable.
Tom, we can take that one down. Mr. Banya, based on all the analysis you did in this case, what are your overall opinions?
Yes, my overall opinions are that Mr. Schnell failed to prove any causal connection with the Waldman statements and the search or the hashtag
Arnold.
activity, those spikes as it relates to Twitter. There's
Arnold,
no causal
right?
connection there. My second opinion is, based on my social media and Q-score analysis, Miss Arnold's alleged comparable actors are not comparable. And then third, Miss Arnold and Mr. Schnell both failed to prove any causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing economic harm to Ms. Heard. So, as a damages expert, which Ms. Arnold is, you need to take into consideration causation before you can calculate damages. You look at damages and you look at this allegedly damaging event, and not only do you have to prove that 100% of the damages because of these Waldman statements, she didn't even consider COVID. It happened at the same time. A lot of actors probably made a lot less money because of COVID. Maybe films didn't get made. And, when you do an analysis of damages, you prove causation, but you also have to look at everything else that might have caused this alleged economic harm. And she didn't look into any
Yeah,
of
but
that.
then the same can apply to Johnny.
Causation was. So
Amber's lawyers can say, well, Johnny didn't get parts
an
because of
appropriate
COVID.
approach in this case.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Hi, Finley. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, he's a good witness, unlike Catherine Arnold
Good
yesterday.
afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Hi.
Yeah, you're not a damages expert, correct?
I am a damages expert, but not providing any quantitative damages opinions in this case.
In this case, okay. And is it your testimony that only if a person repeats the Waldman Depp statements could they be related to the defamation?
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that a person literally has to repeat the Waldman Depp statements in a tweet for them to be related to the defamation?
No, if you looked at my analysis, I did pick the three themes as it relates to the tweets, and I analyzed those themes, and I came up with 5 examples of when those themes were used.
And you ran searches for, quote, abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence, and you ran all those in quotes, correct?
I did.
So only if a person used a tweet with those words in that order and with that spacing would they hit on your searches, correct?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Yeah, so I used them in quotes because, hoax could be used in many other contexts. So I wanted to make sure I was fitting my search with the theme of the Waldman statements.
So if someone tweeted Miss Heard faked sexual violence, that wouldn't appear in your searches, correct? Faked with an ED.
It would not.
Okay. And if they use 2 spaces between abuse and hoax, that wouldn't fit in your search.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you? And a tweet can only be 280 characters, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So certain of the Waldman Depp statements, a person could not tweet the whole thing in one tweet, correct? The whole statement in one tweet.
The Waldman statements?
Correct.
No, you could not tweet those entire quotes.
You can photograph it.
Did
You
you
can tweet a
make
photo
any
of it.
determination if there was an online bullying campaign against Mr. Depp after Miss Heard's
Everybody
op-ed?
does that. Everybody.
I didn't look into
Tweet
any
screenshots.
online bullying campaign for Ms. Heard nor Mr. Depp.
Did you determine if there were tweets harassing Mr. Depp that quoted from Miss Heard's op-ed?
They're
No,
they're
my
saying
assignment was
they're
to
alleging that a
determine if
tweet
the
is only
Waldman
what is
statements
written.
were part of the
But tweets
the
can also
tweets
be
that Mr.
photos. They
Schnell
can be
provided. I
screenshots.
was
Tweets
rebutting
can
him.
be videos.
And in your analysis of when you testified before, you never looked to see if the op-ed
and
was
Twitter
quoted
threads as
anywhere,
well,
correct?
RN. Thank you. You know when they
Objection,
write
Your
part
Honor, may we
1,
approach?
part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5.
All right, question's withdrawn. Next question.
Now, you have no objection to Ms. Arnold's use of comparables, correct? Just the use of comparables in general.
I listened to her testimony, and my understanding that she abandoned that approach. But as it relates to my testimony today, my opinion was related to those specific alleged comparable actors, that they were not comparable.
You're
She's
not offering an
definitely
opinion as to who the
serving
appropriate
again
comparables
Kristen
should
Stewart,
be to Ms. Heard, correct?
a bit of
Correct.
Marlene Dietrich,
And
maybe something else too.
you testified just before about the Q scores of Ms. Heard and the comparables. That was Plaintiff's Exhibit 1296, correct?
I don't know what 1296 means.
Okay. The demonstrative in front of you.
Mine? Yes, that's correct.
And you said that those were all for the winter of
But
2019?
honestly, though, what a
I
terrible
said Ms.
thing
Heard's
being
were
so
from the
young
winter
and
of 2019.
just
'Cause
having
isn't it true
legal
that none of the rest of
issues
these
every
people were
single
from the
year
winter of
since so
2019,
many
correct?
years. It's
That's
so
correct.
annoying.
Okay.
What a waste of life.
In
Honestly,
fact, Mr. Momoa's was from
what a waste of life.
the
Girl,
summer
what did you get yourself into?
of
All your
2020.
youth gone.
Of
This
2020?
bullshit.
That's correct. Not all alleged
I hope it
comparable
was worth
actors
the
had
effort,
Q
my
scores
dear.
for
I
that
hope
date.
you enjoy
What was
it.
important for me is get Ms. Heard's Q scores
Hey, Sharon
right after
Cole.
Aquaman, but before the Waldman statements.
So you weren't comparing apples to apples, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that it's not the exact same years.
Well, so in the winter of 2019, that Q score comes out, that the
Yeah,
field
Katie,
date, the field work
such
dates
a waste
for that
of life.
is
I
from
keep thinking
January
about that myself.
22nd,
It's such a waste of
2019
life.
to
And it's not even
February
about,
7th,
you know,
2019,
oh,
correct?
great, this trial
That
is
is
going to
correct.
make her more
So that
popular.
would
Girl,
be
you're
so the field work would be starting
no,
almost
it's not good.
immediately
Popular
after
for all the wrong
Aquaman just came
reasons.
out, correct?
It's a waste of
and
life.
her
You could have been so
Star
happy.
is Born
You're
moment,
beautiful.
yes.
You'd
Live
agree
your
that for
life.
the winter of
Enjoy
2020,
it. No,
where you took
she had
Jason
to
Momoa's Q score, would
mess
have more
with
time to
Johnny.
account
She
for
had
the
to
rise
mess
in
with Elon
popularity of the
Musk.
film
She
Aquaman,
had to
correct?
hit the bunk allegedly
Well, actually,
with
if
all
I
the
use
other
Ms.
actors. You know,
Arnold's
it's this
suggestion,
whole.
these celebrities tend to have, you know, the celebrity moment right after they have their breakout film.
Lawyer says, unfortunately, Dacob, I don't think Amber
disagree
has
with
learned
that.
her
I think
lesson.
maybe his Q scores could be lower.
You know what
as
the
it
problem
relates to
is?
when
She's
I
going to
use them.
realize this when it's too
You'd
late.
agree that for the winter of 2020, Mr. Momoa's Q score would have more time to
Just my
account for the
opinion.
rise in popularity of the film Aquaman.
But then what does a 237-year-old
I
vampire
don't know if it
after
accounts for the
all?
rise of popularity. Again, using Miss Arnold's words, usually a Q score will be the highest right after the film, like I did measure Ms. Heard.
May I approach her?
All right. Do you show?
Nina says, I feel really bad for her daughter in the future. I'm telling you,
All right. Thank you.
that's a whole other can of worms. You know, what her daughter is going to have to go through or not.
If you look on page 177 of your deposition transcript, you see that?
I don't see a page. Is that what you handed me?
You don't see page 177? I think 4 pages per.
Oh, yes, thank you.
And I asked
The Rottweiler is annoyed. He's like, yeah, you don't see it.
6 through 10.
4, you don't see it.
You'd
Like,
agree that
what's
for
up with the body language,
Winter 2020,
dude?
Jason
Get a
Momoa's
grip.
Q-score would have more time to account for the rise of popularity in the film Aquaman.
Get a grip.
And you answered yes.
And honestly,
At that
girl,
time,
let's
as
talk
I am a
about that
rebuttal
fade
expert
cut.
to Ms. Arnold, based on her testimony, I've learned something new from her.
Okay. You didn't look at Ms. Heard's Q-score
Smirk.
for summer of 2020, correct?
That
She doesn't
fade
have any.
haircut, girl.
And Ms. De Armas had a lower familiarity score than
Are
Ms.
they not
Heard,
paying you
correct?
enough to get a proper haircut now, or what's the deal, Mr. Rottweiler?
If I don't have that in front of me, but if you're saying that, yes.
Okay.
They're gonna look at me
Ms.
and say, like,
De
look at
Armas's
you. Yeah, but I
career
did this to myself.
Trajectory has
Thank
gone up since the summer of 2020, correct?
I don't know. I didn't analyze her career trajectory.
Okay. Could you put up plaintiff's trial exhibit 1297? That was the demonstrative. Ms. De Armas has less Instagram followers than Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Heard has more than double the Instagram followers of Ms. De Armas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you get more social media followers the longer you're on social media?
No.
Not necessarily. It doesn't work that way. It depends
I know.
on
It doesn't work that way.
many other factors.
So Ms. De Armas had a lower familiarity score and less Instagram followers, yet your testimony is that she would not be a proper comparable to Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not offering a different set of people who should be comparables, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Now, you understand that Mr. Waldman has been banned from Twitter for life for harassing Amber Heard, correct?
I don't know that, but if that's the case,
And you understand that Mr. Waldman appealed the decision to Twitter and they have confirmed his ban for life?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach on this one?
Okay, sure.
So Waldman was banned? Well, so was Trump. I don't see him in court. Is anybody suing him in court? No. They should. Hey, Michelle. Cutie. Love the yellow jacket.
You agree that in looking at Mr. Schnell's data, 65% of the uses of negative hashtags relating to Ms. Heard occurred between April 1st, 2020 and June 15th, 2021, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you would agree that 5 of the 6 highest spikes of the negative hashtags were after the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where you talked about the February 2020 spike, and the 65%, by the way, even includes the February 2020 spike of tweets, correct?
That's correct. Well, there was no spike in Feb 2020 during the Waldman statements.
Well, the spike in February 2020 was before the Waldman statements, right?
I would have you. Can we pull up the chart again if you want to talk about the spikes?
Sure. Can you put up 1294?
Rottweiler, that haircut.
Number 1.
Number 1. Yeah, that spike happened before the Waldman statements.
Okay. And there was hardly any activity in negative hashtags until February 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And you understand that the spike in February 2020 was related to the partial tape that Mr. Waldman and Mr. Depp leaked to the Daily Mail, right?
I'm aware that the articles were related to Heard admitting to hitting Depp.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape to the Daily Mail.
Objection, Your Honor.
He talked about what the number one related to.
What's the objection?
Sorry, lack of foundation and
I'm asking if he knows or he doesn't.
All right, overruled.
So what's important to me is the fact that this spike is prior to the Waldman statements.
Do you know if Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and he met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape?
No.
In February of 2020. You don't know one way or the other.
It's irrelevant to my opinion.
Okay. And the spike in July of 2020 came right after the last defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
The July spike, which is number 2, is not related to the Waldman statements, and there are articles related to abuse between Heard and Depp and feces found in Depp's bed.
And that's based on
the
Google
poop
searches
is
you
back.
did?
That's correct.
Okay. And the July spike in time came after the June 27th, 2020 defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And 5 of the 6 spikes came after the defamatory statements.
Oh my God,
correct?
Finley.
After
living for the shade.
Waldman statements, yes.
Like he got,
Now,
Rottweiler
you
got the
testified
haircut off the
before
poster
that you
of the 4
eliminated
acceptable haircut
shares
styles,
and
or
likes
available
of the Depp
haircut
Waldman
styles.
statements from your analysis, right?
And poorly done, might I add. That fade isn't good.
Repeat that, please.
Did you say that you eliminated shares and likes of tweets that included the Depp Waldman statements?
That's correct. When I was doing my analysis, I noticed the exact same text was a part of many of these tweets.
Don't shares and likes disseminate the negative information?
That's quite possible.
Okay. And you agree, right, that use of the term Waldman or Waldmanian occurred over 25% of the time in the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard from April 2020 through January 2021, correct?
Although it's irrelevant to this case, it has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. That's what Mr. Schnell says.
You don't disagree with the search results, correct?
Although has nothing to do with this case or the Waldman statements, I do not disagree.
So if people are tweeting about Adam Waldman or Waldmanian at the same time as tweeting negative hashtags about Amber Heard, it's your testimony that they have nothing to do with this case?
The hashtags have nothing to do with this case.
That's what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And even if they include the negative hashtags with Mr. Waldman's name and Waldmanian, you're saying
That's
they have nothing
more
to do
of
with the
a
defamatory
male lawyer
statements?
All
haircut.
4 hashtags
Boring,
that Snell used had
conservative,
nothing to do with
kind
the
of
Waldman
same length
statements.
everywhere, a little bit longer on the
Waldman
top,
himself
but no
has
shaved
nothing to do
fade
with the
on the
Waldman
sides,
statements.
you
We're
know?
talking about the Waldman statements here.
That's kind of,
Waldmanian,
as boring as it is, at
I
least
don't even
it's
know
like,
what that is, but again, it has nothing to do
she's
with this
paying
case,
for a
and it's not
cliche
related
to get her through the
Waldman
day.
statements.
Oh,
what's
the
important.
rhyme.
The reason you're saying they're not related to the Waldman statements is because someone didn't literally copy what Adam Waldman said
and
in
then
the Daily Mail
Rottweiler trying
and
to look
tweeted out.
edgy.
Well, I
Girl,
looked at
epic
enough
fail.
tweets that included the name Waldman that have nothing to do with anything negative or the Waldman statement.
No, they must have, had,
Mr.
they must have had to have the negative hashtags toward Ms. Heard, because the only way that those would have been in the data you looked at would have had the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard. It was looking at that universe, correct?
Well, first of all, I don't agree that the justice for Johnny Depp is a negative hashtag towards Amber Heard. So
Good
listen,
point.
the assignment was to determine if the tweets that Mr. Schnell presented were related or included the Waldman statements.
In your review of the tweets related to Ms. Heard, you cannot point to any that were positive toward Ms. Heard, correct?
Again, I was not looking for that.
And you did not review the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp during the time frame from April 1st, 2020 to January 1st, 2020 to see if there were any that were not negative toward Ms. Heard.
I did not look into anything as it relates to anything other than what relates to the Waldman statements. That's what's at issue here today as we sit in court.
Okay. And you didn't form any statistical analysis to rule out the Waldman statement's impact on the hashtags, correct?
Correct.
you did not analyze whether media and press coverage other than the Waldman statements affected Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct.
Now, Nicole says, oh my God,
Looking
lawyers,
at,
stop trying to make fetch happen.
The exhibit that's in front of you, where you have the numbers
Finley says, I don't like
here,
this lawyer. He puts
those you
on
said are
all these
related to Google
affectations,
searches?
kind of like his client.
The 1 through 6?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And can we put up plaintiff's 888?
RN says, let's call Mr. Elon Musk to the stand as a Twitter expert, please. Apparently they couldn't
And
reach
we can just start
Elon. They
at one.
couldn't
Do you
serve him the
understand that
papers.
you're-
They couldn't find him to get him to court, allegedly.
Okay. Oh, thanks. And
Yeah, Sylvie says,
888, it's page
Amber said that one of their
76.
dogs ate
These
Johnny's
are
weed
the
and suffered from
documents you relied upon
incontinence
for your
ever
opinion
since
today?
and kept pooping on the bed. We won't ever know, but we know.
Yes.
Listen, if the dog suffered
And
incontinence, there would have been
are these
diarrhea
the
on that
search-
bed,
where it has the
not
different
a
letters?
hard turd.
These are the searches that you ran for the various time frames and the articles that came up for numbers 1 through 6, correct?
No, I mean, obviously document 1A is the Heard supplemental expert witness disclosure. These are documents that I used throughout the time I've been working on this project. So these aren't related to those 1 through 6 numbers.
Okay. These are documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
These are documents that I relied upon when I presented my designation.
For your opinion today, that you're offering today?
Yeah, these are the documents that, yes, I've relied on throughout this case.
Okay. And actually, Michelle, could you turn in this designation to, let's see. Hold on one second. Go, can you just scroll down? Yeah, keep scrolling. Just keep going. Keep going. Okay, stop. This was the chart you provided with your designation for your opinions in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's similar to the chart that we had before with the 1 through 6, correct?
That's correct.
And where it has the various boxes, it's talking about documents 6E through 6H, for instance, related to Depp wanting to have Heard replaced on Aquaman.
Yes.
And you prepared this chart, correct?
Yeah, this was part of my designation.
I'd like to have this page as a demonstrative.
Your Honor, I do have an objection, if I might be heard.
All right, if you want to come forward, page 99.
So, going back to Johnny's hair, just for a second here, you know, being the age he is, he obviously probably has more white hair than meets the eye. But this is something that also Madonna does, and it's a really not an easy technique to do. It looks like he bleached his hair, you know, dye it a little bleach, you know, turn it a little orange blonde, and then like the roots are growing out and the roots are black. But you gotta color that to make it look like the roots are black, to make it look like you have youthful hair. Now, no white roots. And it's really hard to do that transition between dyeing the roots dark and having that kind of bleached on top. Madonna does that a lot, and it, you know, and then a lot of people say, oh my God, those roots are so bad. But for like when you get older, to have dark roots is like a sign of youthfulness. So people actually pay a lot of money to get those fake roots, those fake dark roots. It kind of creates the illusion of looking more youthful. Now, maybe he has wonderful genes. His DNA is fantastic. He has no white hair, so his roots are completely dark. But at that age, chances are you got a couple of white hairs. Same applies to his facial hair, which is very dark. That might be darkened. What? Madame. Are you kidding me? Do not tell me. Oh God, 2022. Seriously? You guys. Like, Mina, are you kidding me? Madame, this is not funny. No jokes like that around me. She's like my last living legend. I just checked, you guys. Mina Mazzini is alive. You gave me a heart attack. Your Mina CD. Okay. My heart dropped, says Jesus. Mine too. I was about... They were talking about Amber Heard's turd. I would have shat myself if this was true, that Mina
Mr.
passed
Banya.
away. Oh. May you live another million years, Mina. Knock on wood, huh?
Other than
Got a heart attack. Heart attack. Scared the bejesus out of me, madame. You scared
So as I
the
understand
bejesus
it,
out of me.
the way you determined that the tweets were not
Thank
related
God she's okay,
to
you
the
guys.
Waldman statements was that you looked at time and then you ran certain Google searches, correct?
Correct.
And then the top 3 hits came up.
Correct.
And then you looked through the article to see if the Waldman statements were there?
Woo,
So
cha.
as it relates to
What a way to
any
get an electric
trending
shock.
event, any defamation that's happened online, any allegations of economic loss because something went viral, going to Google, looking at the
Madame,
spikes
you
in
shook
time
us.
and going
You
back in
shook
time
us
to
to the
see
core.
what was happening on those top 3 sites will
Oh,
give
thank
you an
God she's alive.
indication of the best results that were being served at that time. So something viral that's happening would appear most likely in those top 3 results.
And just so the record's clear, if we could go back to page 76 of this document. Numbers 6A through 6N, going to the next page, those are the headlines of the searches that you found?
Correct.
Okay.
No, she's alive,
And you
Finley.
don't
She's
disagree
alive.
that negative tweets toward Ms. Heard have continued throughout the analysis of the tweets, correct?
I'm not looking at whether they're negative tweets or those hashtags are negative. I'm determining if those tweets are related to the Waldman statements.
Okay, and you have no opinion whether the tweets were positive or negative towards Ms. Heard. That's what you're saying?
Yes, I'm just analyzing whether or not they're related to the Waldman statements.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Banya.
Yes.
Oh, the spoiler about Aquaman
Thank
2.
you.
That there's going to be a huge fight at the end that they cut out. That Amber Heard
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for you at this point.
allegedly trained for 5 months.
Okay? Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside.
Sorry, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Sorry, we'll just take a short break.
Okay, 15-minute break. So the spoiler was that at the end of the movie, there's supposed to be a big battle between her, maybe Aquaman himself. Maybe that's a spoiler that like somebody goes rogue. And at the beginning, I forgot what the beginning spoiler of the movie was.
All right, so just so that we're on the same page, you can have a seat. Keep standing the whole time. All right, just so we're
I love
on
the judge.
same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. Actually, could Mr. Knight go back out, please?
Yeet!
All right, so we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. There is a rule on witnesses, however, Mr. Knight's a rebuttal witness. The purpose of excluding witnesses from the courtroom, usually it's a courtroom, is to deprive a later witness of the opportunity to shape testimony to correspond with that of an earlier witness. The issue we have here, obviously, if it was a direct witness in the direct testimony, you had time to do a rule on witnesses, let them know about the rule on witnesses. With a rebuttal witness, it's a little different because they didn't know they were going to be a witness. You didn't know they were going to be a witness. I understand that part. The problem is the courtroom in this particular case appears to be the world. So what we have to do here is I'm going to do a voir dire, and I'll allow both sides to ask questions as well of Mr. Knight to see what he has seen of the case. And I'm just going to use the factors that the case law in Virginia uses, which the factors to consider, because the court does have broad discretion to permit or prohibit a witness to testify in this particular circumstance. So the factors I'm going to consider is if the impropriety was intentional, which we'll find out, the prejudice attached to it, also if the excluded witness learned about substantive aspects of the case from an earlier testifying witness, and whether that knowledge had any effect on his or her testimony. So those are the three factors I'm going to look at in weighing this decision. So keep that in mind when you do your voir dire. And it's my understanding that the evidence that Mr. Knight will testify only relates to Hicksville. Is that correct? Okay. All right, now we can have Mr. Knight.
Fair enough. I would say fair enough. The judge, fair enough. Oh, is that the witness?
All right, sir. Mr. Knight, if you could come forward
That's
to
the
be sworn.
witness. What is he, like 20? Oh, there's a
Do you
beard.
solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in a penalty of law?
All right, sir, if you could just have a seat, please.
Okay, he's not that young. Sorry about your vinyl breaking, madame,
What we're
by
doing
the
is I'm
way.
just going to ask you a few questions outside the presence of the jury, then the attorneys are going to ask you a few questions,
the 60s.
okay?
Sure.
Then I'm going to have you step back outside
I'm
after
sorry
that,
that
okay?
it broke.
No problem.
All right, what's your
But
full
you
name,
can hunt
sir?
down a new one.
Morgan Higby Knight.
Okay, you don't have to be that close. All right. All right, how do you spell your last name?
Ate the microphone.
NIGHT.
Okay. All right, and sir, before I can allow you to testify, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you seen any of the trial
like-
that's been going on for the past 6 weeks?
Approximately 5 weeks ago, a friend of mine texted me that Hicksville was mentioned, and I watched a little clip where
Okay.
it was mentioned.
Which clip did you watch?
I believe it was somebody testifying about, I think it was a security guard testifying maybe about Hicksville, or I forget exactly who was testifying, but it was something where Hicksville was mentioned, and it was about something about a wrist or something like that.
All right, and what did you do after that? At some point, did you get in contact with attorneys?
So I didn't reach out to them. I didn't really care.
Okay.
The innkeepers that worked at Hicksville before reached out to them and said, we saw some stuff that wasn't true. And then they asked, is it okay if I give the attorneys your phone number? So the attorneys reached out to me
Okay, and when did the attorneys reach out to you?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. And you talked to the attorneys at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Camille, but Geraldine.
Okay. And then have you seen any other parts of the trial?
No, she instructed me not to watch anything about it, regardless of if it was about Hicksville or not. So I've been keeping off the internet and turning off anything that seems to be like it's on social media. So I just don't watch any of that.
Okay. All right. And questions, Ms. Britta?
They instructed him to say he was not on social media.
Basically,
is what they
for
did.
Mr. Depp on May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was Carolyn?
Geraldine.
Oh, Yerlin. I got it. Okay. And
Geraldine. Why
It's
Geraldine?
pronounced Geraldine.
okay, can you tell
It's
us
pronounced
the
Geraldine.
conversation you
Elaine,
had with her at that time?
you don't get one single name right.
She just asked me my recollection of the
Velasquez.
evening, and I told her, and she said, okay, would you mind
He's like-
testifying? And I said, sure. And she said,
And she didn't
okay,
even
well,
apologize.
then
He's like,
we're
it's
not sure
pronounced
if we're
your
gonna
name,
call you or
whatever.
not,
And then she's
but
like,
just in case,
yeah,
please
whatever.
don't watch anything having to do with the case. And I said, I will do.
Now, how is it that, to your best knowledge, how is it that Geraldine was able to get?
Oh, you got the name right.
How did she know that you knew something?
Elaina.
So, like I said, two of my innkeepers, my innkeeper and my manager, had reached out to her team, I think through email, and one of them texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we give Geraldine your phone number?
Now, you also communicated on Twitter, did you not, about this case?
Yeah, 2 weeks prior to Geraldine reaching out to me, someone had made a comment about something that happened by the fire pit, and I said, that's not my recollection. I didn't see, that's not what I saw.
So who was it that made a comment about something that happened at the fire pit?
So once I was told about the fact that Hicksville was mentioned, I went and did a Twitter search of Hicksville trailer. So it was, I don't know who it was, but I was just like, what are they saying about Hicksville? And so that was why I did a search, just to see, because it was weird and fascinating, because the night to me wasn't that remarkable in the context of all the different experiences I've had at the trailer palace.
So explain to me, please, what you mean by you did a trailer search.
So if you go to Twitter and you put in keywords and do a search, all the tweets regarding that subject come up, or anything with those keywords in it. So that is how I found the tweet that I replied to.
Okay. And how many tweets did you find that mentioned Hicksville when you did that trailer search?
Probably like
Trailer
5 or 6.
palace.
I only replied to one of them.
Okay.
Very Twin Peaks,
And what do you
isn't it?
recall those tweets saying about Hicksville?
The
could have been out of
one
Twin
that
Peaks.
I replied to said that there was some incident by the fire pit, and Johnny was yelling at Amber, and I replied that I
Finley.
didn't see that. I was there all night, and I was,
All
I
the
was
different
working that night,
experiences
so I
I've
didn't
had
see
at the
anything
trailer
like that.
palace. Boy, if I had a nickel for
So
every
your
time I
best
heard that.
recollection on that one was that somebody said somebody was testifying that Johnny was yelling at Amber?
Yeah, and I believe grabbed her or something along those lines.
Do you recall who said Johnny was yelling at Amber and grabbed her?
I have no idea. It was a stranger, so I didn't really pay attention to who was writing it.
All right, and you said that you responded to it. How did you respond to it?
I said that's not what happened. I was there all night. Yeah, basically. I'm paraphrasing. It was a
Did
few
you
months ago.
say anything about what you thought happened?
I just said that didn't happen. I didn't say what. I believe I said maybe something along the lines of, from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
Ooh.
And you said this to one of the tweets.
Yes.
Do you recall whether that was the Umbrella Man?
I don't recall. That's a ridiculous name, though.
Okay, so tell me about the other 5 tweets that you recall seeing when you ran your trailer search.
I think they were similar in nature, but I don't specifically remember the details of them. That was pretty much the only one I remembered, and that's the only one I replied to.
Do you remember anything about the other 5 and what was said?
No.
Okay. When you said that somebody told you about a security guard, what was your understanding of what the security guard said?
I got a text that somebody in the trial had said that they were talking about the Trailer Palace during the trial. And so that's what led me to go on Twitter and do a search.
Oh, she's
And
worried.
did you have any communications with the 2 innkeepers?
She is
about
worried.
what you knew or what you thought?
No, I haven't talked to them in years and
So-
still haven't regarding the case.
So how is it that the innkeepers then contacted you and said, do you mind if we give you the telephone number to the attorneys?
Yeah,
Because they still have
Catherine
me in
says,
their
no,
phone,
he's
and,
not constantly
Christy,
glancing
who
at
was
the
manager
jury.
at the time, is the one that texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we pass this along? Mr. Depp's attorneys want to talk to you.
Do you mind if we pass what along?
Your phone number.
Right, but how is it that, what is the communication you had with the innkeepers that even led them to understand that you believed you had knowledge about Hicksville, the Hicksville incident?
There was no conversation. They knew because they were both working that same night. Jenna was the innkeeper and she was there along with me that night. Christy was the one who texted me and she had come in the following morning for her shift. And I slept over. I was live-in innkeeper that night.
So I'm trying to understand. So just based on the fact that 7 years ago, they happened to know that you were working that night.
9 years ago, and it's because I was there
Okay.
with them.
My math, well, it's 2022 right now, and that was.
Sorry,
what
Ella
year? Oh,
Ina.
that was 13, you're right, okay.
Yeah, get your numbers straight, Ella
How is
Ina.
it that out of the blue, they remembered 9 years ago that
Ella Ine.
that you worked there that night
Ella
and that you
Ine.
might have some knowledge?
I mean, to be honest, like we do get celebrity sometimes, but it was, it's not that unmemorable. It's not like it's any other night of the week. So I'm sure they remembered the specifics of that night.
Had Mr. Depp's attorneys ever attempted to contact you before?
No,
Had you ever attempted to contact Mr. Depp's attorneys before?
no, I had no interest.
All right, have you had any conversations with Mr. Depp's attorneys other than the one you described with Geraldine?
Since?
Yes.
Well, I met with Camille last night.
All right, and what was that conversation? Please describe.
I just went through, the story again that I had told Geraldine.
And let's hear what that story was.
You want me to go through
Yes.
the whole story?
Your Honor, we would object to attorney work product.
There's no attorney work product.
No, I'll overrule that. That's fine. That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Jesus
that
says gay
I-
people are much younger in
I
spirit
described
than
like
straights.
them getting to the
That man looks 20 and
trailer
60 at the
palace,
same time.
the-
How do we know he's gay, though? How do we know?
Me
We don't
showing them
know.
around, the interactions I had when I was on duty with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, how the evening progressed throughout the night, the levels of drinking and drug use that I witnessed, what
As
the
Hista knows, she always knows.
state
says
of
Jack.
the damaged trailer the next morning, and basically just the details that I had only spent total 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard throughout the entire course of the night. So it was my recollection of those events during that time.
And what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
And she
Your
goes with
Honor, this is,
Vasquez.
beyond, we object on the grounds that
It's not
beyond the scope of the
Vasquez,
voir
it's
dire.
Vasquez.
Limited to
Whatever
Vasquez.
she said to him is
May I
very
please finish stating my objection, Your Honor?
Go ahead. Yes,
Ella
sir.
The objection
Ina.
is that it's beyond the scope of the
Enough
voir dire,
already,
Your
Ella
Honor,
Ina.
enumerated the 3 criteria which are relevant here. And this is a
So
rebuttal witness,
rudely.
so
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him
Vasquez.
is going to be very important here because they knew by this time he was going to be a witness. So.
Well, that was last night, so how
Right.
does that fit into one of the three factors of deciding whether or not he's going to testify?
Well, one of the three factors, Your Honor, may I approach so that the witness doesn't hear?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, the judge is definitely pissed AF with Elaine at this point. She's like, Elaine, it ain't fitting in the three criteria. And Elaine, three, yeah, it does fit in. And the judge is, which one, Elaine? And Elaine, can I approach like the bench, Miss Judge? Elaine. Okay, they're back. And learn how to pronounce
Mr. Knight,
Vasquez's surname,
Ms.
will ya?
Vasquez provide you with any information that anyone had testified to or said at any point?
No, she didn't talk about anything except for asking me my experience and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the scope of what I saw and just asked me for the facts and told me just tell the truth and let me know, you know.
Do you know what any of the witnesses said in this trial?
About, I mean, outside of what I described earlier with the, a friend of mine texting that someone was talking about Trailer Palace, I do not.
Traitor Palace?
Do you know whether
Okay, it does
any
sound
of
like a
the witnesses
sister.
testified
It does sound like a sister.
about any jealousy?
Other than the tweet that I replied to, no.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, well, do you have any questions? All right, sir, if you could have a seat back outside the courtroom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I leave my water?
Yes, you can leave your water.
Of course you can, sweetie. You can leave your water. This is not a trailer park. Nobody's going to steal your water. It's going to wait for you when you come back. Unless Elaine has something to object about that bottle of water staying there. I can't with her. No, well, Jesus, it's actually Elaine, and then there's Ellen. Ellen and Elaine. But So she has the right to mispronounce everybody's name, even when they tell her, hey, no, you're pronouncing it wrong. She still keeps pronouncing it wrong. So why do we have to pronounce her name correctly? So Elaine, there you go, honey. There you go. We'll go. I like that he's being good with the masks, says Jack. Catherine says, "Aw, he's sweet. And he's so cute," says Sylvie. Sunset said, "He looks so calm and kind." Maria says, "Oh, Elaine takes out the Latina in me." Right, Maria? I know. Elaine is a Karen in the midst, in it, somehow, right? Sylvie says, "These trailers are nice." Jack says, "Ellen, degenerate." Orsi says, "Elaine is so ignorant and rude." RN says, "Elaine is extra spicy today." Orsi says, "Jack, Dean, exactly." Elaine, just my opinion only, appears to be very provincial and white privileged in many ways, of just, maybe she had to fight as a woman, as a lawyer woman, to, be recognized and respected. But once she arrived there, she kind of, it's the white famous lawyer woman. And so she does not seem to care to have to prove to anybody her position in terms of, she doesn't need to learn somebody's name properly or certain details because she's above that judgment. That's the vibe she gives me. And that comes off very rude, For her, it's maybe saving energy and time because she doesn't have to learn certain things and she can just move on. But to the rest of the world that has a little bit of sense and sensibility, her behavior does come across as rude. And maybe it's deliberate, says Catherine. Well, even worse. If it's deliberate, then she's not just rude, because you can be rude through ignorance because you don't know any better. But if you do it on purpose, then it's evil. Then it's malicious. And if it's malicious, it's with intent. And if it's with intent, then I have absolutely no redeeming qualities in her. Then I don't see any redeeming qualities in her. So if it's intentional, then I would say it's mean. So yeah, Michelle is okay. So today Michelle looks like she came out of a John Waters movie, and I'm living for every second of it, especially because Johnny Depp was in Cry Baby, another John Waters movie. So I'm waiting for Michelle at one point to just stand up, pull her clothes off, and be in some sort of sadomaso attire, be like, "Come on, Cry Baby, I'll get you out of this situation," and then they're gonna run out of the courtroom, and it's gonna be all chaotic. It's gonna be a fabulous John Waters finale. It's gonna be a John Waters worthy finale of a John Waters movie, and it's gonna be amazing. I mean, that's at least in my gay pop mind. That's how this trial ends, in a glorious mess. Rude and lazy, says Sylvie. Takes no time to learn how to pronounce Vasquez. Actually, it's Vasquez. The is a little bit difficult to pronounce properly. I wonder if Michelle rocks out some 80s heavy metal with those earphones. Dacob, did you realize the lawyer from yesterday is not there today? I think they gave him a day off. I would have given him a day off or two. I don't think she's malicious. I think she just doesn't care, which is even worse, says Finley. Yes, the not caring is even worse. I agree with you. Michelle is like, Elaine, quit butchering names. Like, how the hell do you spell that? Gloria laughing. Maria says, yes, worst job. Kate says, yes. Finley says, all the lawyers are like, I want a yellow blazer. If they aren't, they should be. Living for this yellow blazer. Michelle is the bomb. Madame says, Dacob, thank you so much because of your Volkswagen Cologne review.
I'm going to allow
Volkswagen.
Mr. Knight to testify.
I got it.
Knight back in.
I love it. It is a panty dropper. Thank
Now, if I knew you were going to do a sidebar, I wouldn't have made him leave. I never know.
I didn't review a car cologne. What are you talking about, Madame? You mean Sauvage?
All right, sir, if you could just stay up, you could just stay there while we get the jury, okay? All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, so they accepted him as a witness.
Yeah. Just we're going to swear him in again in front of the jury, okay?
Sylvie says, when I lived in Texas, old school white people would intentionally mispronounce Spanish names and words. Guadalupe for Guadalupe. Oh, how would they say Guadalupe for Guadalupe? Rude. Dacob, what outfit do you think the judge has under there? Oh, Jack, you think it was a joke? Okay, Finley says, Orsi, she is the only sunshine in the room. Okay, so it was a joke about the Volkswagen? Okay, I didn't get the joke. Sorry, guys. In my 10 panty droppers? Perfumes? Madame, you're mixing me up with another perfume reviewer. What outfit do you think the judges have?
Seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the interruption. You're going to notice as we get closer to the end of the testimony, you're probably going to have some more interruptions, and I apologize for that, but there's just some matters we have to take up outside your presence, okay? All right, thank you. All right, your next witness. All right, Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
Oh my God, Camille is going to do it.
Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law.
Come on, Camille.
Sir, if you could have a seat.
We stand for Camille. She's amazing. I saw her exit the courtroom yesterday. It was touching, actually. Mostly Latino people cheering her on as she was going to the car. Oh,
Good afternoon, Camille.
I got
Could you
emotional.
please state your full name for the record?
He called her
Morgan
Camille.
Higby Knight.
Mr. Knight, where are you from?
I live in Los Angeles, California.
And what do you do for a living?
So I currently own and run Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast in Idlewild, California. and I created and ran Hicksville Trailer Palace
Oh,
in
thanks,
Joshua Tree,
Jesus.
California, starting in 2009.
And how is Hicksville Pines, Bud, and Breakfast different from Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast is up in the mountains of Idlewild, which is a beautiful snow town above Palm Springs.
Good point, Jesus.
And all the units are A-frames instead of trailers, which we have. It's obviously a very different climate than Joshua Tree, which is a desert area. The rooms, which are themed at both places, are trailers, vintage trailers from the 50s through the 70s at Hicksville Trailer Palace. So there's also different kind of amenities. There's a pool in Joshua Tree. There's a rec room up at Hicksville Pines.
When did you first become the owner of the Trailer Palace?
Trailer Palace, I started building it in 2009. It took about a year with my collaborator, Stephen Butcher, and on the trailers. And we got done and opened in 2010.
Did there come a time that you sold the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, I did at the beginning of 2020. I had some health issues and it was too much to run both at the same time. So I chose Idlewild because it was newer and shinier.
And just for my sake, how long did you own the Trailer Palace?
So 10 years of us being open, 11 years total.
And what was the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So it started out as a artist retreat. I was a filmmaker at the time and wanted a place to get away and work on film projects outside of Los Angeles. I also put in a recording studio so musicians could record records there. I had lived in New Orleans for 5 years, and there was an amazing recording studio there called Kingsway, where all the musicians would come and they'd live in this big mansion and record their records. And I just thought that was a really neat thing for artists to be able to get away and create create whatever they were working on. Over the course of the build out of all the trailers, themed trailers, which I'm a huge fan of this hotel called Madonna Inn. And
the Madonna
so I
Inn?
wanted to do really detailed themed trailers. It became too expensive to just make a living off of an artist retreat, so I decided before I was done to make it a hotel as well.
And what were your job responsibilities, generally speaking, when you owned the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So I would be live-in manager some nights, a couple nights a week. I would also drive out from Los Angeles twice a week and bring supplies that you can't get out in the Yucca Valley area and Joshua Tree. There's just a lot of things like, Smart and Finals, Costco's and stuff. So I would drive that stuff out. There's also no USPS, so sometimes I have to get things shipped to my house and drive them out as well.
Just in time to see a sister.
Also just do
give testimony.
Constantly building and creating new stuff at Trailer Palace, whether it's new trailers or amenities. So I would be working on that stuff as well. I'm a big fan of the fact that Disneyland is always making it better and better.
And when you were the live-in manager, does that mean that you spent the night at the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, we have a house on site where the recording studio was, and there's a bedroom in there. So whoever is live-in manager those nights stays in the house and basically lives there. There's a kitchen and everything.
Have you ever met the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Depp?
I had met him really briefly at the Viper Room in the late 90s. I had worked with some of the people that performed there and was good friends with Squirrel Robin from the Pussycat Dolls and some other friends in this band, The Imposters. So I was there and I met him once.
How about Miss Heard? Ever met her? I
had never met her before. They were guests at the hotel.
When was the first time that you met Mr. Depp and Miss Heard together?
In late May 2013.
Meet and greet at the Madonna Inn.
We were guests. Mr. Depp's assistant
Fashion Bunker
Nathan
fam.
had rented out the entire place so they could have a night there in privacy.
What do you recall, if anything, about Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's arrival to the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Mr. Depp got lost, his security guard who arrived early asked me if I could go fetch them because he had an old car that didn't really fare on the dirt roads out there, which are pretty horrible. So I went out and made sure that they got themselves and the car back to Hicksville safely.
Do you remember approximately at what time that was?
It was 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
What was Mr. Depp's demeanor when they first arrived?
At Trailer Palace, he was super excited about the place, really complimentary, just had a lot of questions and just seemed like he was in a really great mood.
And how about Ms. Heard's demeanor? Anything stick out?
She was pretty quiet. She just kind of didn't say that much when I was giving them the tour of the grounds and the trailer.
And was anyone else with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard when they first arrived?
There was people that were arriving throughout the afternoon. So there was, I think 10 to 12 people total ended up staying. The security guard had gotten there earlier and just to check out the place. But yeah.
And did I understand your testimony previously that the entire trailer park was rented out by Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yeah, the whole place slept, I believe at the time, about 25 people, but there was only 10 to 12 in this party.
And who was part of that party besides Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
I'm really horrible with names, but I remember one of them was Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard I mentioned before, but I honestly forgot his name too.
What happened when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard first came onto the property?
Thanks, Hello Barbara Rank.
I gave them a tour of, we give all guests a tour of their specific trailer and the grounds and show them around.
For the hair.
When someone rents the whole place,
The
they
vocal
get
fry is his,
another trailer called the bar trailer, which is basically a place to set up their alcohol and stuff. And some people in the group were just putting their beverages in that area.
And where were you when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, did there come a time when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to the bar trailer?
I didn't notice most of the time that my interactions with them, everything's kind of centrally located. So there's a fire pit, bar trailer, and picnic tables all right in the same area. So they were generally around that area the entire evening that I saw them.
And what did you observe of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard as the evening progressed?
Names, just as is laughing. Is that a gay trait?
Mr. Depp was
because Ina also seems to forget names.
Just super curious and really nice.
Is she gay?
He was also really interested in my innkeeper because she was a musician, so they would talk about music a lot. At one point, the innkeeper who lived at the next door property went home and grabbed her guitar, and they had sung a song or two around the campfire in the early evening. There was another instance where Mr. Depp, the innkeeper, her name is Jenna, and myself were talking about books and music, and Ms. Heard came over and kind of interjected. She seemed a little annoyed that Mr. Depp wasn't spending time with her.
What about
Jealousy.
Ms. Heard's demeanor made you think that she was annoyed?
I think just generally she, it's hard, like I think, I don't know. It was just like a gut reaction. Like I can't describe it, but you know.
How long were you with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that evening, generally?
So throughout the course of the evening, I was probably mostly with Mr. Depp, but 45 minutes to an hour total. So it was, yeah, that's over the whole course until the end of the night after the check-in.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp interact with other people, guests on the property that evening?
Yes, I saw him hanging out with his security guard at one point, and outside of the time that him and Jenna were singing around the campfire, he was off by himself a lot of the time, and Ms. Heard was over at the campfire with her friends and seemed to have a good time.
And if you haven't already, can you generally describe for the jury your observations of Ms. Heard that evening?
Yeah, seemed to be having a really nice time with her friends around the campfire. And yeah, everyone was in a pretty good mood.
Did there come a time in the evening that you observed Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard have a disagreement or an argument?
Yes.
I don't know. They might see what the cameras
just
are filming.
talking
I'm not so
about
sure though, Jack.
Hicksville, and
But Amber might be seeing
Miss
herself
Heard
like
came
we're
over
seeing her.
and she
But I'm not sure.
said that I want to talk to you and seemed really upset about something. So I went and back in the house because it was really, they went off on their own and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
What's the objection?
You're up, or maybe reproach.
Okay, sure.
Oh, he was in an abusive relationship, you guys. Oh, he's so cute. Look at him. Oh my gosh. I totally believe him. Like, yeah, okay. He won me over. If I were in the jury, I would believe everything he says. I would. I'm just a sucker like that. And, yeah, we all love him more and more, right? Oh. There. It's okay, sweetie. It's okay. It's okay. Pat. It gonna be good.
Mr. Knight, will you please just explain for us what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument?
Yes. So Ms. Heard asked him to go talk off to the side, and she was upset at him and she was yelling at him. And I personally had been in...
Objection. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
If you could just explain to the jury what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument.
Okay. He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and it was really like odd to see because he was older than her, obviously. So, but I just went back in the house because I didn't
Objection. You went to what he did.
All right, I'll sustain as to.
Understood. So after you observed the argument, fair to say you went back to your house on site?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay. What happened after that?
So when I saw Mr. Depp on my next rounds, he apologized profusely and said, "I'm really sorry about that." She was upset.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain. Next question.
What, if any, type of reaction did Mr. Depp have?
He was just really...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. He's going to say it again.
It's the reaction, it's not the statement.
All right, if you could make that clear, that's fine.
Just what type of physical reaction did Mr. Depp have after the argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
He honestly, throughout the rest of the night, became a lot more quiet and was just very more petulant. In the beginning of the night, he was a lot more outgoing and extroverted, and throughout, as the course of the night went on, he was less and less so and more quiet.
Which
Did
totally
you
is
observe
consistent
any
to
of
what
the
we've
guests
heard
consuming
thus
alcohol
far.
while on the property?
I assume they were. I mean, people had cups and there was alcohol set up in the bar trailer, but I didn't physically see them pour alcohol into their cup and cup go into the mouth per se.
Did you witness Mr. Depp drink any alcohol that evening?
I couldn't say.
Okay. Anything about Mr. Depp's demeanor that made you think he was perhaps intoxicated?
Yes, as the night went on, I am a former bar owner, so even though I wasn't drinking that night, I'm very familiar with the signs. So just as the night went on, like I said, he became more and more quiet, but he also, as we would have conversations, his head would kind of sway a little bit back and forth, which was a little, he was much less sharp than he was earlier in the night.
Did Ms. Heard appear intoxicated to you?
She did. She seemed, I think when she was angry at him, it seemed like she was intoxicated, but that's just based on my experience and my own personal trauma dealing with abuse.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. We'll strike it from the record. Please disregard that testimony.
No, I'm not going to disregard shit,
Did you
Ms.
observe
Judge.
anyone do or take
Maria
drugs?
says the good thing
I did not.
is that what he's saying is not
Did you
going.
witness Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interact
Is going
other
to
than
stay
the
on the
argument
jury's.
that you
The jury's going to
previously
remember
described
what
for the
he's
jury?
saying because we're in the last days, so they're not going to forget.
It's the end of the night. I heard a commotion.
Hey, Andrew.
I was inside the house
Hey, Blonde and
and
Chatty.
came out. I couldn't tell what was going on. And Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were having a discussion about I'm not sure what, but then they went to their trailer. At that point, a lot of people had already gone to bed. So it just kind of petered out. Everyone went to bed, including myself, and I didn't hear anything else the rest of the
Yeah,
night.
Debbie, Amber
What
appears to be
time
a
did the
mean drunk.
evening come to an end?
I'd say it was almost around 3 a.m.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp grab anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
The jury
Did you ever see
apparently
Mr.
is
Depp
allowed
become
to take
physical
notes.
with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustain. Next question.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp get angry that evening?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, if anything, happened the next morning?
The next morning, we have checkout at noon at the time, before COVID. And so around 11 o'clock, one of my innkeepers let me know that there was some damage.
Objection, hearsay.
Did something happen that caused you to go to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer?
Yes, I was informed that.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor. I mean, may we approach on this
Okay,
one topic?
sure.
Thank you.
Oh, Elaine is like, no, we have to make it look like Jenny attacked Amber. But Camille for the win. And yes, Blonde and Chatty, motion to strike or move to strike is like take it out of the what Michelle is transcribing, take that out of Michelle's transcripts. So if the jury in the future, when they're deciding whether or not who is guilty or not, they get to read all the transcripts, well, that part will be missing from the transcripts. So they either remember what was said, otherwise it's gone.
What, if anything, happened the next morning, Mr. Knight?
The innkeepers let me know that there was some damage in one of the trailers, and it happened to be Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer. So I wanted to inspect the trailer because I was extremely worried. All those trailers that Steve and I worked on were like my babies, and the one they were staying in was the only one that was mostly original and restored 1950s style, and so I was very concerned.
So what did you observe when you went to the trailer?
I observed that there was a light sconce by the bathroom in the bedroom that had been broken off the wall, and a couple pieces were on the floor, and they were, it was basically just broken. The light fixture was hanging on the wall still, except for the pieces that were on the floor.
Did you come to understand how that happened?
Objection, foundation, and
All right, foundation. I'll sustain as to foundation. How you knew?
Did you ask how the sconce was broken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How often do light fixtures in the trailers break?
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers, and I would say as much as every couple weeks there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection,
Sustain the
hearsay.
objection.
So anyway, yes.
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
No, everything else looks fine. In fact, we have something we call a piggy fee that we address to guests, that if there's anything what we call inconsiderate or unusually large messes, we charge them extra for it for a $25 an hour cleaning fee, but they did not receive one of those because everything outside of the light fixture looks fine.
And what was your reaction to seeing the damaged light fixture?
To be honest, I was relieved because it was not a big deal. There was already another light in the room, so I just tucked the wires in the wall until I had a few months later time to buy, it was matching sconce with another one in the room. So I had to, on eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there. And when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
And what was your understanding of who Nathan was?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge Nathan or Mr. Depp for replacing that pair of light fixtures?
The pair came out to $62.
Okay.
Yeah, look at her, planning something.
While you were on site, Mr. Knight, did you ever wear a mesh shirt?
No, I would absolutely never wear that.
At any time during Mr. Depp and Ms. Hood's stay on the property,
I
did
will
you see
absolutely
Mr.
never
Depp
wear a
become
mesh.
physical with anyone?
Ew. What do I look like? Some bozo going to Coachella?
I'm sorry, that answer was...
I never saw Mr. Depp get physical with anyone when I saw him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do I look like James Charles to you? Mesh in the
Mr. Knight,
desert?
You are a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
Oh,
I am
here
not.
comes Cross.
To be honest, throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
I
didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that. You wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I
You
was
knew-
asked by the attorney, and I wanted to. They asked me, and I said I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera, that it was being broadcast to a lot of people, and you saw testimony, did you not, in this case? And you seized the moment and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Overruled.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead.
You
what?
know that he leads one of the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
I have no idea. I don't care or follow the Umbrella Guy.
In fact, you do follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp Fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right. And on April 21st, Mr. Depp testified in this case about Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you tweeted in response to the umbrella guy on April 21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy." Do you
Yes,
recall writing that?
I do recall writing that.
Michelle, can you bring that up, please? We're going to call it Defendants 1903.
1903.
Oh, Ina. Ina. Don't do it.
And I'm going to go ahead and ask you to redact. Leave in the umbrella guy and the date and the bringing in the Hicksville. Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm just...
He's looking at the jury, looking at the ceiling. I would too, as a sister does. A sister starts thinking about how to refurbish a courtroom.
Well, she's working on that.
Guilty is charged.
Did you write and direct a piece called Matters of Consequence back in 1999?
I did.
And didn't Mr. Depp's first wife, Lorianne Allison, work as a makeup artist on that?
She absolutely did.
And while we're looking at that, 4 days after you tweeted to Umbrella Man,
I was Umbrella Guy.
The Umbrella Guy.
Correct her. Yes.
All right, now we have this up. I'm going to ask you to take a look. What is Defendant's Exhibit 1903? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and that's from that umbrella guy on 4/21/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says bringing in the Hicksville incident accusations. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's clearly Mr. Depp testifying there, likely a video, right?
Okay.
And you respond, that never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 1903.
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor, we believe the first part of the that umbrella guy's tweet should be unredacted for context.
Well,
I have no idea what I was replying to.
It's hearsay. It's rank hearsay, and the context
Your Honor,
is not necessary.
your own approach.
Of course.
Take a look.
Okay, you guys, listen, I mean, Elaine is doing her job. She's doing everything to discredit him, to protect Amber Heard. Like, I get it, okay. Allegedly, guess what? We also found out that of all of these lawyers between Amber and Johnny, apparently the most paid per hour is Elaine. Did you guys know that? I just found that out a day or two ago, and I don't even know if I should believe it or not, but apparently, allegedly, these numbers are open, visible, I don't know. So somebody said that she's the one paid the most of all of them.
Can make that redaction. With that redaction, any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, 1903 will be in evidence with as redacted.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. Somebody please double check. But I've heard that she's the most paid of all of them. Lawyers.
Now, so you reached out
this
to the
trial.
umbrella guy in this text, this Twitter, right?
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
Okay. And in fact, the umbrella guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
That he what? He talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
I honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after
Schizophrenia.
this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in. Okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
I did.
Okay, thank you. So you don't like Elon Musk, right?
Objection,
Well-
relevance.
Oh,
I don't know Elon Musk.
Overruled.
thank you.
So that was, the context of that is that he
I
had,
didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Okay? But you
Okay.
texted something that had swear words in it. Would you agree about Elon Musk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your recollections here. 45 minutes to an hour. Your recollection is that Mr. Depp actually drove there?
Yes.
What type of car was he driving?
An old one that was a convertible.
An old convertible?
I'm not a car guy, so I couldn't express the.
No gays
model.
are.
All right, and your recollection was this was May of 2013?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall when in May?
Late May.
Okay. Now, you said that you spent a total of 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Is that correct?
After the, mostly Mr. Depp, but that's after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the course of the night.
Okay. And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard, correct?
I don't recall any of their names.
Do you remember how many of them were female?
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what any of the other people looked like?
They honestly just seemed like youngish hipsters, like for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple of them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the place.
Okay. So
She's from
you
Texas,
don't
right?
recall seeing how much anybody had to
Amber,
drink
Amber,
that night,
Amber,
correct?
giving Texas
I
a
did not
real
witness.
bad
And
name. And
do you
Texas
recall
already has
the use
problems.
of drugs at all?
I did not witness that.
Okay. Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I was
Their
not.
body language is despicable,
And when you said that
detestable.
that you saw Ms. Heard
Loathable.
and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp.
And I'm going to stop
where
there,
were
but I
they?
could keep going.
She pulled him for a chat, and it was off towards their trailer, like a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer,
Yes.
approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did Ms. Heard pull Mr. Depp and yell at him and he cowered?
20.
Okay. 20
From the campfire,
From
not
the
the trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20 feet over, yelled at him, and he cowered.
Yes, that's what I witnessed.
And then did they go back?
I went inside the house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know whether there were any disagreements or physical communications, anything of that nature at the campfire?
I do not.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp did anything to anybody else at the campfire?
I didn't see anything.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrist?
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay. Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went last to their trailer? Everybody else went before them?
The rest of the people, I think about half of them had already gone to bed, and they went, it was all around the same time at the end of the night that the rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that went right after them or right before, but it was all around the same time.
Okay, so your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp went back to their trailer, that dissipated, everybody then left at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how far away was your house that you were staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
Okay. And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I didn't hear anything after I went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Come on, Camille, save the day.
Mr. Knight, how did you get involved in this trial?
I got a text from one of our old employees who I didn't talk to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay?
Don't tell us what the text said, just how did you
Okay,
get involved?
I got a text from, I got a,
It's still hearsay. You're under objection.
No, overruled.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked if it was,
no.
Objection, hearsay?
I apologize.
What did you,
I got a
what did
text,
you received a text? Okay.
yes.
From
and from a former employee.
Okay. And how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection, leading?
Overruled.
I did not.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
Elaine,
they reached out to me.
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I don't have an
Apology
objection right
not
now.
accepted,
So
Elaine.
we can talk some more.
Next question.
Still,
And how
shut
do
the
you feel about participating in this trial?
Objection, relevance?
It's extremely relevant considering that they have accused him of being...
Overruled.
Thank you.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to tell what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't care outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Nothing
All
further.
right, I assume this witness is not subject to recall, is that correct? All right, sir, you're free to go, thank you.
Thank you.
I love Camille. We love you, Camille.
All right, your next witness? Or is it going to be a deposition, or is it going to?
Apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Okay,
Plaintiff
Dr.
calls
Shaw.
Dr. Shaw.
Okay, Dr. Shaw.
She's so kind and polite. Oh, Camille, we love you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law?
She gets paid by the objection, says Debbie. Elaina.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Dr. Shaw.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Richard John Shaw.
Dr. Shaw, can you please describe your educational background?
I'm a psychiatrist. I went to medical school at the University of London in England. I went straight after high school. That's actually the system in the British medical system.
Oh my God, you guys, David Bowie is alive.
And then 3
I
years
knew
of,
it. I knew David
clinical
Bowie
work with patients.
was faking his death.
Following that, I moved to New Zealand to do an internship. It was an internship in neurology,
Thank you,
medicine,
Missy.
surgery, and psychiatry.
My Star Trek hairdo.
I spent 3 years in New Zealand, and I
Mr. Spock's
did
gay
a year
cousin.
of psychiatry residency training.
Pointy ear and all.
Excuse me. And
Mr. Spock.
following that, excuse me. Following that, I moved here to the United States for the first time and did a residency in adult psychiatry at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, which is in New York.
It's David Bowie, you guys.
That was
He's
4
alive.
years of training in the Bronx. And
In the Bronx.
I also did some subspecialty training in family therapy, couples and family therapy as in my 4th year. And after that, I moved to California, and I've worked at Stanford. I studied at Stanford. I did a fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I've been at Stanford pretty much since then.
Dr. Shaw, what is your current position?
I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. I also run what's called the Psychiatry Consult Service at the Children's Hospital at Stanford.
Live in Ferret.
What, if any, professional certifications have you received?
I have what's called board certification in adults and general psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 1991. And then I obtained subspecialty board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry in 1993.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm also a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing psychiatry?
If you include my training in psychiatry residency in the US, that would be since 1985.
Is that approximately 35 years?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. What percentage of your practice involves treating patients?
Yeah, approximately 3/4 of my time is working with patients. I work in the pediatric hospital, treating a combination of mainly children and adolescents with severe medical conditions, but also working with parents of children who have severe medical conditions. I also consult to the pediatric emergency room, and we evaluate patients who show up with suicide attempts and other serious situations.
What does the remaining quarter of your practice entail?
Well, as a professor, I have to do a number of academic activities. So I do research, I do a lot of teaching, I give lectures, I supervise residents, medical students, and fellows in psychiatry. I do some administrative work. Yeah, so it's a pretty diverse, varied day and week.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your research and academic work?
Yeah, a lot of my research has involved looking at the issue of trauma and PTSD in parents who have medically fragile children. A lot of these parents are naturally really affected by their child's illness and develop trauma symptoms. So I've developed some interventions to try to help parents, provide support and treatment to reduce their symptoms of trauma.
Have you published articles or books in your area of expertise?
Johnny's robots. Oh, you mean roots?
Yes, I have.
Johnny's roots look
published,
more silver.
Approximately 70 or probably closer to 80 peer-reviewed manuscripts in different scientific journals.
His beard would too.
I've also published a number of book chapters on various topics, approximately 30. And I have published 3 textbooks, one of which has gone into a second edition on topics that are related to my area of expertise. And one of them actually is about the treatment of PTSD in parents of premature infants.
Have you published a book through the APA?
Actually, all of those books were published through the APA, the American Psychiatric Association. They have a publishing house, and that's been my publishing company.
What is the APA?
The APA, the American Psychiatric Association, not to be confused with the American Psychological Association, is a professional organization that represents psychiatrists in the U.S. The last time I looked at this, I think there's about 37 or 38,000 members. And the APA has many different roles. One of it is advocacy in psychiatry.
He caught that New
in the
Zealand
US,
accent, didn't he?
But it also has an important role in terms of education. So they host an annual scientific meeting every year in which psychiatrists will present their research. It publishes a number of journals in the field. And from time, fairly frequently it publishes guidelines for professional practice or about ethical guidelines that they hope that the members will follow as part of their practice.
What ways are you involved with the APA?
Well, I mentioned my publishing. I also present at the scientific meetings. I last presented in 2021 during COVID. It was virtually, but on the topic of group therapy for parents with
Could
trauma
be a
symptoms.
sister. Jesus.
I follow the APA and their various guidelines. I think it's a really
the accent that is a little bit
important institution.
Going back to your credentials, what, if any, professional awards have you received?
I've been given several teaching awards at Stanford University, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry that I mentioned honored me with an award for service to my specialty.
You guys would trust him? I'm not sure I would.
Several years ago, I don't remember exactly when.
To be my doctor.
Have you given any public presentations in the field of psychiatry?
He's too alien for
Yes,
me.
that's part of our work as an academic psychiatrist, is to lecture, to give presentations. So I
doesn't look
present,
human enough for me to trust
fairly
him,
frequently
you know
at
what I mean?
annual scientific meetings, as I mentioned.
With my own health.
I've been invited to
with
give
my own
grand
mental
round
health.
presentations at different medical centers, including University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. So that's just part of our role is to try to educate our colleagues about our work.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
I would estimate, in terms of deposition and trial testimony, approximately 50 times in the past 15, 20 years.
What type of cases did you testify as an expert in?
They're pretty varied. So some of them have been medical malpractice. I've also done a number of cases evaluating victims who've been subject to physical or sexual assault or trauma.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions of Dr. Spiegel, whom
You little
heard
angel
from
says,
yesterday
yeah, I
morning.
don't think I would want to be treated by David Bowie
And what
either.
work have you done to form your opinion?
I was present yesterday in court listening to his testimony. I have viewed his depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year, and I watched those depositions. I've also read a lot of deposition testimony. For example, testimony by Mr. Depp psychiatrist, Dr. Blaustein, by his physician, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd.
Debbie,
I've reviewed
the
depositions
nurse.
by many of the therapists involved in this case, including
Another piece of the puzzle, Debs.
Dr. Banks, the relationship consultant, Dr. Cohen, who was Miss Heard's therapist.
Yes, get out the popcorn, batches.
And I think Dr. Anderson,
He's going to
who
throw
provided
Mr.
some couples
Spiegel
therapy.
under the bus.
I've also reviewed the medical records of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein, and some various email communications. I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
Any objection?
We approach.
Okay.
Amber's lawyers are pooping themselves, and again, poop comes into this this trial. They're like, Your Honor, like, this dude obviously has more credentials than the quack that we purchased as witness yesterday. So can we approach the bench and be like, hey, this is not fair. We also want a better one. Dr. Shah? Is he Egyptian or something? I don't know, girl, but Shah. Cha. It's Baby Yoda's arch nemesis, Dr. Shah. Oh my God. Oh, I'm waiting to run away with Johnny. Listen. I love Johnny. He's not my type though. He cute and cuddly, and I love how he acts and his sense of humor, but he's not my cup of tea.
So any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Just being honest, I love him, but not like that. But I would love to go on a holiday with him.
Dr. Shaw, you testified that you observed Dr. Spiegel's testimony
Spend time
yesterday.
with him,
Yes,
get to
that's
know
correct.
him, but
And
I
to
don't
reorient
feel
the jury,
sexually
can you
attracted
please
to
generally
him.
describe the main areas in which Dr. Spiegel testified?
Yes, he.
Objection,
But he's
Your Honor.
hot.
They heard what he testified to.
But just-
All
right. Foundation to reorient them.
That's okay. We can move forward.
Okay. Do you have an
I'm
opinion
telling
of
you,
Dr.
for me it's
Spiegel's
Tony
testimony?
Ward, okay?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the Goldwater Rule when he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality traits and his cognitive abilities. My second primary opinion would be that that Dr. Spiegel's opinions were unreliable and that he had insufficient information.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. You're going to approach?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Rottweiler with the military haircut. Girl, your haircut tells me all I need to know. There's the dough. But, hey, Michelle. Hey, sweetie. Boop, boop. She's so cute, Michelle. I love her. And, I love how he's throwing Spiegel under the bus. As it should be done, because that dude was so quacky yesterday that, like, girl. Aisha says, Johnny ain't my type. Yeah, he's not my type either. Now listen, Don't get me wrong. I think he's handsome. I think even beautiful, because why should beautiful just be attributed to women? Also, men can be beautiful. Super fascinating, photogenic, acting wise. Love his movies. Not all his movies, a lot of his movies. He was really hot in a teenager type of way, like when he was doing, his first movies in the 80s, like Nightmare on Elm Street. Then he did 21 Jump Street, the TV show. He's aging really well, but it's like not my fantasy scenario, Johnny. But I really like him. Yeah, I don't know him, so I don't know if I would like his presence like with me, but I think that I would definitely like to get to know him as a friend. I don't feel more than that towards him. But yeah, Jesus says, not my type either, but looks cute. Yeah, he looks cute. He looks super cute. He's cuddly. You know what? Like Johnny Depp is like a person you want to cuddle and kind of hug and keep him safe. Stuff like that, I get like my mother instincts kick in when I see Johnny. I feel like I want to protect him. That's how I feel when I see Johnny. I don't have sexual feelings when I see Johnny. I have more motherly instincts when I see him. Does that make any sense? Am I totally crazy to say this, you guys? And this is, by the way, something that I felt before this trial. This is something that I felt about Johnny for a long time. Jack says, I get it. Yeah. Johnny is healing. He is healthy and on meds and is taking care of himself finally, says T-Pal. That's it. I want to protect him, says Debbie. Let's not get into detail how you want to protect. Madeline says, Johnny Depp was my first movie star crush. Katie says, I totally agree. Aisha says, I do wish him love him though. I do wish him love him though. Aisha. Girl. I do wish him love him though. Girl. The light be hitting you right. Thank you, madame. Rara, hey Rara. No, on point. I've never been a mothering type, but I feel the same. Oh, good, Rara. Thank you. I'm not alone in this. Because I started to feel awkward, like telling you this stuff, and like silence in the chats, like, okay, Dacob is crazy. But I'm always honest with my emotions. I don't like tell you something, oh yeah, hot, sexy. No, I'm going to describe what I feel. And for him, I just want to hug him, make him feel safe, nurture him, cook some good food, whatever, order some good food for him. Order some good food for him. Protect, take care of his needs, says Debbie. Okay, well, there you go. Jesus says, you can find someone cute and handsome, but not be sexually attracted to them. Yeah, exactly, Jesus, right? I do wish him love, says Aisha. And Aisha also caught on to his needs part. I'm a really good negotiator. I could get him back into the biz. Oh, honey. I'm a really good negotiator. I could get him. I'm like,
Dr.
Johnny,
Shaw,
alpacas aside, you want that role in Pirates?
Of the Goldwater Rule?
Honey, let me do it for you.
The Goldwater Rule came about in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater. And they obtained a mailing list from the AMA and sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US.
Could you imagine if the sister slips and says gold shower?
fit to run for office. And about 2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder. And as a result of that, he was replaced as a candidate and then went on to sue Fact magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful in that lawsuit. And in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater Rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater Rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater Rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized. They wanted to ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by
church finger, you guys,
that weren't backed up by medical evidence.
Preach.
And they also wanted to preserve the integrity of the psychiatric profession, since the public in general, when a psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion, people generally like to take that seriously. And the
subscribe,
APA
you guys. We're
make
trying to
sure
reach
that
1K.
Those opinions were credible and could be relied upon.
Let's celebrate.
Have there been any updates to the Goldwater Rule?
Yeah, since 1973, which is when the Goldwater Rule first came out, there have been a number of revisions and publications by the APA. They're called annotations in psychiatry, in which the Goldwater Rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to provide a psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist, that it was unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual. They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they defined it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person, if that opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry, that is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And the other, I think, a couple of important things about that 2017 document were that the APA specified that if a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US. And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist and the psychiatric profession. And this revision of the Goldwater Rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater Rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a very strong statement from the president of the APA.
Interesting.
What
KDF
other
says they
medical
updated it in
organizations have weighed in
2017
on
in
this issue?
response to Trump being elected.
Yeah, the number
and many
of
professionals
organizations have their own sort of version of the Goldwater Rule.
Welcome back,
The
Gloria.
American Medical Association, that represents physicians in the U.S., has an annual meeting, and they have what's called a Council of Ethical and Judicial Affairs, and they had a meeting in 2017 in Honolulu, and they came up with their own statement about the issue of whether physicians can provide opinions without directly evaluating somebody. And their opinion was that physicians should refrain from giving a psychiatric diagnosis about any public figure, including celebrities and people in the media.
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater rule?
There are exceptions, yeah, and I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty of or role of experts in the court sort of null and void. But there are exceptions and situations in which an expert can give testimony in court. So one good example would be if there was a medical malpractice case, or if there was a case that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice, the expert can review medical records and can give an opinion based on those records, provided those records have sufficient information, for example, about the diagnoses, about the treatment, about how the patient was responding or not responding to treatment.
Did you form an opinion about whether Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
Well, my opinion is that he did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions about Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent. He did not follow the guidelines of the APA in the 2017 revision, where it was considered important that
I told you it's David Bowie, guys.
Obtained by that
Told you he's alive.
expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely felt that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
Ground control to
And
Major
specifically,
Tom,
what
baby.
opinions of that Dr. Spiegel gave yesterday do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, I think that, well, there were sort of two primary ones.
Hey,
The
Robert.
first that you heard about was that Dr. Spiegel had professional opinions about Mr. Depp's personality. And he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic
Robert also says that
personality
Mr.
traits.
is Bowie.
So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So, narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we break for a moment?
Okay.
Robert says, hey, hi, y'all. Checking in for a while. Oh, wow. That court case has really become a big cultural phenomenon. Very interesting to see how the court process works in America. That Mr. is Bowie. Thank you, says Katie. Yay, says Debs. Emizi says, loving this guy. He commands attention and draws you in with his intelligence. Oh, yes, he's hypnotizing us as we speak. Michelle is like looking at it. She's like, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Look at her. She's hypnotized by Shaw. She's like, look at Michelle. She's not taking her eyes off of him. Done. She's done. Oh, something fell.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw, please continue.
Robert
Sure.
wants
So
subjective
I was
objections
just talking
most of the
about
time.
narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5.
Madame
So
says
the
love the
diagnostic
no-frame
criteria for
glasses.
that are I'm not going to
Blends
remember
right
every
in.
word about this, but essentially it's a pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, a lack of empathy that's demonstrated by that
RN
person
says it's the
since
Brit
young
accent. In
adulthood.
America, we get enchanted by it,
And the
but there's New
DSM-5
Zealand
has
accent there.
9 specific criteria, and for someone to meet the diagnosis, you have to meet 5 of those criteria. And so when, as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general, the normal professional
New Zealand
guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have
No, it's not Chanel.
the individual
Judge?
fill out questionnaires. There's something called the Narcissistic Personality Inventory. This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing, like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here. So with all of this information, including collateral information from family members, work colleagues, information of that sort, it is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. So in the case of Dr. Spiegel, he had none of this information.
Francesca Pagano lives in the
came
UK
out
and says he doesn't have much of a
with
British
what
accent
he
at all.
described as a degree
Does
of
sound
medical
like he's from New
certainty
Zealand.
that Mr. Depp had
It's a
narcissistic
blend.
personality traits.
But it's very New
And
Zealandish.
if you remember somewhat
New Zealand
towards the
death.
end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation from the medical record about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence. So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages, from emails, whatever. And so he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate. My opinion is that testimony did not really hold together. So he stated, for example, that one of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Ms. Heard married him for his money. So clearly, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you for your money.
I agree.
Second example that
and I'm not a
was given
psychiatrist.
was that
Okay.
He was asked
Just emotionally,
to give
I
an example
agree.
of how Mr. Depp had shown that he was envious of others, which is another criterion for narcissistic personality disorder. And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Ms. Heard because he believed she was having an affair with Mr. Franco. Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As a psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has, and it makes them feel bad.
That is true. That is envy.
He's giving his opinion as to how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
He did, but now sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned 2 major examples. What was the second one?
The second one was confusing being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I mean, you mentioned 2 major examples of ways Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule. What is the second?
Oh, sure. So the other big category had to do with Dr. Spiegel's evaluation of Mr. Depp's cognitive abilities. And his general opinion was that Mr. Depp had deficits in his memory, in his attention, in his processing speed, that he had word-finding difficulties.
Yeah, that was so rude of him to
Again,
say, by the way.
Dr. Spiegel did not evaluate Mr.
Exactly.
Depp.
And whenever you see
And
Johnny
the
Depp give interviews, even from 20 years
information that
ago, he
relied
always speaks
upon,
like this. Always.
There were two pieces of information. The first was that he watched a very long deposition that Mr. Depp gave the day after I think he had flown back from London to the East Coast. And he made observations about Mr. Depp's behavior in that deposition, and felt that he could opine or give an opinion about processing speed and other cognitive aspects. He also made reference to something you heard about yesterday, this thing called the mini mental status examination. This is a brief screen for memory and cognitive functioning that is often done. And he testified that Dr. Blaustein had administered the mini mental status examination. And although, from the records, all we know is that...
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Dr. Shaw, without going into Dr. Blaustein's record, what information does a mini mental exam provide?
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his designation.
No, overruled as to that limited question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the mini mental status is, it's a series of about 10 or 11 questions and tasks that someone completes, and you get a score out of 30. What Dr. Spiegel testified was that Mr. Depp could not recall 3 words after 5 minutes. And he used that as an example of Mr. Depp having cognitive deficits that he specifically attributed to Mr. Depp's alcohol and substance abuse. And he really did not have sufficient information. I liken a mini mental status exam as it's like taking someone's temperature. If it's elevated...
Objection, Your Honor, and I think it's gone beyond designation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you had a break, but we didn't. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? You can stay right there, Doctor.
Doctor, you're going to sit right there while we take a break. Yeah, Rottweiler. Oh my God, look, he a munchkin though, the Rottweiler, because that other dude up there, he's taller than him. This is the Rottweiler with that terrible haircut, just my opinion, and this other dude is he little. Okay. He's so funny.
You're excused for the 15
guy who
minutes.
steals Johnny's
Okay,
candy.
We'll come
next
back
to
at
John.
4:17 then? Finish the day?
So,
Okay.
you guys... Love DIY says a deposition isn't a diagnostic space. It's set up for people to be nervous and feel disempowered. Every clinician knows that diagnoses take time and proper evaluation. It's not one and done. Katie says, I'm so glad he's clarifying this because there's 1 gazillion reasons you forget 3 things in 5 minutes. Katie says, exactly, Love DIY. Love DIY says it's observation and testing over time. Gloria says, Johnny's all smiles. Robert says, the hair is great, Dacob. Thank you so much. I am serving, for those of you who are just tuning in now, gay cousin of Spock, Mr. Spock from Star Trek. I think the camera needs to restart filming. It's not blinking. And also what I want to say, you guys, is that subscribe. To Totally Dacob. Let's try to reach 1,000 subscribers. It would be a miracle if we managed this week because it's going really slow. It's like pulling teeth getting subscribers. So if we do, I open up some Bolly and we are, oh God, we did not move at all. This is embarrassing. We're at 892 since like 4 hours. So let's just say that the other people streaming the court trial, let's just say that they're probably getting more subbies and are getting all the views. But you know what? We are a fabulous bunch because we do the fashion part and the kiki part of all of this. And I eat chocolate bars.
Yes.
Debbie, the road to 1K is paved with good intentions. Let's quote a Madonna song. You get mukbang. You get a trial. You get crazy hairdos. You get Star Trek references. Pop culture. We've been talking about history, darling. We got professionals in the chats. Psychologists, psychiatrists, lawyers in the chats. Pop culture professionals in the chat. What more do you want, honey? What more do you want? Let me tell you. Okay, while we're in a break, I'm also going to talk perfumes. So, I went to Chanel today, and all the details, all the deets are going to be in Saturday's live stream on the main channel. But on my way back home, I passed by Dior. Oh. Okay. And I say, I have my iPad with me, and I'm like, oh my god, this chocolate bar was so good. And I got a photo of Eau Noire, Cologne Blanche, and Bois d'Argent that are coming out in July. Guys, can you please put aside one for me? I want to buy it. And they're like, we don't know nothing about that. I'm like, girl, okay, so technically how I went about it is first I said it. I didn't show the photo immediately. I said, hey, I heard, it's coming. We don't know anything of no. I'm like, okay. I got the photos. I got the receipts. I have the receipts. And then the lady working there's like, okay, hold on. Let me get my manager. So the manager comes out, a total sister. The manager looked like he's co-patriot of Francis. He looked like Francis's brother or sister. Anyway, I said, hey, Eau Noire's coming. I said, well, just to know, only online. I'm like, no, girl. Cut the chase. It's coming out in July. And the 40 ml bottle. Here's the photo. They even changed the color of the perfume. I know, because I got the intel. And then he's like, oh, yes, well, and he was completely not giving the tea. And I'm like, girl, I'm giving you the tea. All I need you to tell me is that you can reserve a set for me in July. That's all I'm asking. Okay. No, he was not having it. He was like, oh, I don't know. This is all, and I'm like, okay, girl. Do I have to write Francis myself? Do I have? Apparently I have to. So, yeah. I think he got really scared that somebody knew all this stuff before he was allowed to talk about it. So he kind of stumbled. He's like, well, wouldn't you like to try Lucky? Because Lucky, is also still green, but less green than Eau Noire. I'm like, Or Queer Canage. I'm like, girl, I don't care about freaking Lucky or Queer Canage. Cologne Blanche, Eau Noire, Bois d'Argent, coming back, reformulated to the OG formulas. Although I wonder how they're going to do that because originally they were colognes and not eau de parfums, but nothing. Anyway. It's coming. Yeah, Francis' sister. Yes, Sunset Moonlight. Robert says, do you give tips to the food couriers? Just wondering. I worked as a food carrier or courier for some time and got tips only 2 times. Actually, now when you do, when you order food online, You type in the tip already into the final bill, so they get their tip. Because there's also like no contact delivery because of COVID. So yes, you tip as you do your checkout when you're paying online. That's where you leave the tip. You don't leave the tip physically when they're there because it's a no contact delivery. Sorry, was eating. Are they on break? Yes, Maria, they are on break. Jack says, I'm back. What happened? We're in a break. We were watching Dr. Shaw, aka David Bowie, ripping Dr. Spiegel apart. And he's going to continue ripping him apart right after the break. It's not like it's going to sell out, Chas. It's just, I mean, maybe it's not going to sell out. Maybe you're right. Maybe like nobody cares about this launch. But the way that they're going about it, it's like so secretive. Also, my Chanel beauty counter told me that there's going to be a new release. Not a new perfume. But something special is coming and they couldn't tell me. Not yet. Oh, look at that little hair. What you doing up there? Cha. So, anyway. Oh, Dior did tell me, well, there's this, all our focus now is for, I don't know, something else is coming out. But then in the next year, I guess Francis's first own perfume for Dior is coming out as well. We just got it, says Debbie. We don't have a lot of chain stores. Oh, you're talking about Arby's? I liked Eden Rock at the beginning, but now every time I smell it, it makes me think of air freshener, Sunset and Moonlight. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. I'm not a fan of anything Demachi did. Oh, I did throw shade at Demachi with the manager of the store. I said, oh, by the way, I'm so thrilled that Francis is taking over Dior because honestly, Demachi, I could not bear him anymore. And the sister looked at me and was like, yeah, Demachi, but you know, being like professional, not trying to throw shade. I'm like, girl, whatever. If you can't throw shade at Demachi, there's no communication happening between us. Thank you very much. Goodbye. And Kurioto says, recently I went to buy a lipstick in a specific shade I wanted. A sales assistant went up to me and told me the shade isn't for me and laughed. Like, did I ask? So rude. Oh my God, Kurioto, that's insane. That is terrible. So unprofessional. Rude. Mean also. Monarch says, hi everyone. Hey Monarch. Hi Debs. Hi Jack. I'm having my salad after a 30-minute walk. I'm trying to lose that pandemic weight. So boring. Ugh. I want to lose it too, but I don't want to stop eating. Let me refresh my makeup. Miri says, I went away for a minute and then I hear something is coming to Chanel in July, but I didn't get what it was. What did I miss? No. You're mixing up Chanel and Dior. Dior is coming in July with the 40 mil OG. You know, I made a video about it on my essentially Dacob channel, you know. Chanel is releasing something. I think it's going to be like around November, you know, their Christmas thing. Probably some special set. We might be getting some new type of, you know. Oh, I asked them specifically, hey, are we getting something special number 22 for 22's 100th birthday? Absolutely not. They're not releasing anything. Now, what I was also asking, and I didn't get an answer, I was like, hey, are they releasing a bath range for the Les Exclusives? And I got silence. So I thought, ooh, maybe maybe we're getting the shower gels, you know, number 22 and stuff like that. I don't think so though. So I haven't managed to figure out what it is that they're releasing. A new Chanel sticker? Edu says yes, probably a new Chanel sticker for their new advent calendar coming this winter. I don't know if they're going to dare try to make another advent calendar this year. After the terrible thing that they did last year. Because at this point, I think no matter what advent calendar they would want to make, it would be scrutinized and criticized. Like nobody would want to, people would tear it apart. So I don't know if they want to go there this year. I mean, they might. I mean, I'm open for a cool advent calendar. I mean, if it's a cool thing, if the price is right, and if it's not, fakery. But I don't know. Jesus says, I would like a regular line release by Kurjan. I don't give an F about the privé line. I don't care about their private line either. Kulil Angel says, what do you think of Baccarat Rouge 540? Can't stand it. And I don't understand why. And I think a lot of people like it just because it somehow became popular within the influencer community. Somehow it's kind of become like a thing to have one. Like you're cool when you have one. But the smell of it, no, just ain't it. Francesca Pagano says, I bought Paris Deauville recently. It's absolutely beautiful. Tried Eden Rock and Baccarat Rouge, but didn't like those two, unfortunately. I don't like the two either. Hi, Monarch. Yes, I'm walking a lot too, says Debbie. Good for you, Debs. Guys, trust me. Choose the food, says Kuroyoru, right? Madame says, Dacob, thank you for raving about beige. Okay. I still don't get it. Why are you doing this, madame? Anyway, all right. Sunset and Muna says, do you see a big difference in the way the old natural hair bristles makeup brushes from Chanel and the new synthetic ones perform? Well, first of all, I don't have the old ones with natural hair bristles, so I cannot compare. I did have one that was composed, like a round one, that they had half natural hair, half synthetic. It was a bit awkward for me to have both sides, so I didn't really like to use that one. But these that are completely synthetic, I'm totally fine with them. Maybe I should wash this. It's been a while, but I'm fine with it. So I don't know. I'm fine with the synthetic ones thus far. Nina says, I went to check the perfumes you were talking about and I failed horribly. Ended up with Maison Francis K, Gentle Fluidity in Gold. Try next time. All right, Nina. Oh my God, thank God. Finally someone. I hated Baccarat too as well. Yeah, honestly, it's just not for me. It just says, Angel turns 30 this year. I know you love so much, Dacob. Yeah, Angel can turn 3 billion years old if it wants to. More power to it. Congratulations to Angel. Maria says the new Chanel brushes are amazing. I have a few and I love them. I enjoy them thoroughly. But as I said, I can't even see who this is. Oh, Smurfette. Hey, sweetie. Welcome. Thanks for subbing. And yeah, so the synthetic ones work for me. However, they might not work for everybody. I know that Jesus told me like he does not like the fact that the powder brush is rounded on the top. He thinks he prefers powder brushes to be straight. I don't have an issue with the powder brush being rounded. It kind of works when I want to do more specific touch-ups or wide touch-ups. I do have the blush brush, which is more kind of straight rounded, and this one here, T-Pal says, I clean my brushes with Chanel soap and they smell so lovely. That might be too aggressive though, because Chanel's, I don't know, I clean them with baby soap, like that has no weird chemicals in it that might dissolve the glue that keeps this thing together. Oh, we're back. But this is the blush brush. It's more flat at the top. Thank you so much, Smurfette. Hey, Dacob, loving the hair. Thank you. Oh, the judge looks like she's done. She's ready for a holiday. I wonder if she's going on holiday after this. Anyway, I am serving Mr. Spock's gay cousin Star Trek look in honor of Catherine from yesterday, saying that she doesn't like Star Trek. How dare she? Oh, we're back. Somebody let one rip, didn't they? And the judge looks tired now. I ask because I have sensitive skin and I wonder which
All right,
ones
next
are the
question.
softest, asked Sunset. Ooh, I don't know. These are quite soft.
Dr.
They
Shaw,
could be even
is the Goldwater
softer.
rule limited to diagnoses?
It's not.
Hi, Zara Justina.
Includes all professional opinions.
Do you agree with Dr. Spiegel that the Goldwater rule doesn't apply to expert witnesses?
I don't agree, no.
How could Dr. Spiegel express an opinion without violating the Goldwater rule?
This has actually been a topic that's been written and published about. So it is possible for someone to give testimony about a matter without interviewing someone. And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed. So for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about the report that Mr. Depp was unable to recall these 3 objects, what he could have done is said that I have not personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his cognitive state or ability to function cognitively.
The honesty.
However, it is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects
Thank you, Blondin Shadi.
could have
And thank you for the tip, Maria.
issues related to substance use, which was what his opinion was.
So,
however, what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that in order to really establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits. And he should also have added that there are other potential explanations for these findings. So, for example, it's possible that Mr. Depp...
Objection, Your Honor. He's now going past the designation.
I think he's just opining as to, or is responding to Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
No, he's opining as to what Dr. Spiegel could have said, but it's past the, whether he, about the
All right,
Goldwater rule.
if we can move on.
Okay. Who is qualified to give an opinion about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
It would have to be someone who could conduct the type of neuropsychological testing that I was mentioning. You can't establish the presence of cognitive deficits without a battery of tests.
Objection, again, this is beyond the Goldwater rule.
Overruled.
You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing, and that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist. So a psychiatrist like Dr. Spiegel would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a specialty of psychiatry that relates to matters on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. So, for example, what we're doing today is forensic psychiatry, where a psychiatrist comes into court and gives an opinion about a matter to help the court may come to an opinion.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Hey, Audrey, lots of love to you and the family.
And what organizations have issued those standards?
One of the primary organizations that has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic psychiatry is called the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists, and it has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment and providing a psychiatric opinion.
Thank you so much, Martini. Welcome back home from work. Yes, I'm recovering. Thank you.
Contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater rule. So, for example, it states that for a forensic assessment to be done, there has to be informed consent, and there should be a very thorough, comprehensive evaluation that would include reviewing past records, past psychiatric history. It would include doing what's called a mental status examination, which is a careful evaluation of someone's mood, cognition, things of that nature. And the guidelines do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion
glad you
without
found us,
evaluation.
Heather.
But if you're going to do that, there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you express that opinion. And the first is that you have to acknowledge the limitations of your opinion and not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a degree of medical certainty. You have to explain what's missing, what data you did not have that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still, I think, not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what we as psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not generally recommended.
Did you form an opinion about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent. He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp. When he gave his opinions, as I just mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty, and he did not make any statements about what other additional information he would have wanted to make that opinion. So, for example, when asked about should neuropsychological testing be performed, he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. I mean, every medical school has neuropsychologists that can do testing. So I think that was an unfortunate statement. So I think those are the primary ways in which the Goldwater Rule was violated, and the practice guidelines were not adhered to.
Dr. Shah, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and causation. What is the difference between correlation and causation?
Objections? It's not in this designation.
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
Of course. And also because the quack yesterday actually gave his definition of correlation and causation. And I still remember what he said, actually. You know, I don't remember the quack's full name, but I remember what he said about causation and correlation. You know, one thing, causation, one thing causes the next to happen. Correlation is one thing independent from the other, correlates to the other, but doesn't cause the other to happen. There you have it. Yes, Queen. We know, honey, we know. Okay. Well, obviously I didn't say it in like Oxford terminology, but Miss Thing is probably going to deliver the proper definition with a slight New Zealand accent. He's allowed to say surely his opinion. Yeah, Blonde and Chatty, I think he is. This guy seems to be very professional and has integrity. Not even gaining consent is wrong, says Blonde and Chatty. Teepa says, whoever did Johnny Depp talks did him a disservice. Oh, Botox.
Go ahead,
by
Dr.
not
Shah.
treating his
Yes, so the
child
difference between
deviations to turn the mouth
correlation
corners
and
upward to
causation,
make him look friendlier. Yeah, he's a
correlation
little
is
bit
a
too down.
statistical analysis.
Johnny is
of
sleepy after 6 weeks.
a relationship between two different factors. So in Dr.
Yeah, the
Spiegel's
quack
testimony,
yesterday
he
was
talked
nuts.
about
He
there
went
being
back
a
to the
correlation
future.
between opinions he had about Mr. Depp, his narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused that, the behavior he was discussing. Perhaps one of the easiest ways I could describe this difference between correlation and causation is if we look at the issue of measles, if you'll bear with me. So there's a correlation between being young and catching measles. Now we know that measles is not caused by being young. Measles is caused by a virus. But young children have not been exposed to the virus. They don't have the immunity, so they have a higher rate of measles. So the difference statistically is, well, the difference is between causation and correlation is illustrated by that example. So another way I might put this is if we had 100 people in a room, just bringing it back to the issue of
100 people in the room, 99
IPV
don't
that
believe in
Dr.
you.
Spiegel was testifying about.
But one
Let's say we
does.
had 70 people who had all the risk factors for IPV.
Girl,
And 30
you're
people
losing
who
me.
had no
No
risk factors
starlet
for
quotes.
IPV.
No starlet
So what can we
quotes.
say about those 70 people? We can't say that any single one of those people has perpetrated IPV, even though they may have all the risk factors. And if we look at the 30 people who have no risk factors, we also can't say whether or not they have perpetrated IPV. So the actual presence of risk factors for IPV that Dr. Spiegel was talking about,
It's the
they say
revenge
absolutely
because she
nothing
gave a
about
tribute to
what happened
Bowie.
in this
Bowie's having his revenge now.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
He's like, how dare you try to give a tribute to me with that ratchet wig.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified a lot about the Goldwater rule. You know of no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater rule before, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never written an article on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
Okay.
he was too busy singing. He's David Bowie. Cha.
And you agree that you've testified that there are exceptions to the Goldwater rule about having to interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Spiegel stated in his designation and at trial yesterday that he did not meet with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 1904?
If I were Michelle, I would say, no, I don't want to.
Dr. Shaw, have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to 79 of the Pediatrics.
Michelle. Did I say Debbie? I meant Michelle.
And
If
it's
I were
actually,
Michelle.
thank you. You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater rule is not sound because psychiatrists are sometimes asked to render
Objection,
opinions.
hearsay.
He's an expert. Without conducting an examination of an individual, examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule with its exceptions. What this objection
What you wanna
misses,
say,
however,
Lucy?
is that the rendering of expertise and or an opinion in these contexts is permissible because there is a court authorization for the examination or an opinion without examination. And this work is conducted within an evaluative framework, including parameters for how and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
Yeah, the judge is so over this, Heather.
This court authorized Dr. Spiegel to
The
testify
judge
in
is
this
like,
case,
I want my
correct?
holiday with my kids.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Of course they want to discredit David Bowie, but they're doing a terrible job at it.
Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. You can either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you. Your next witness.
Yep. Basically, what she implied is the court deems Heard whack, so the court said, you got to get her evaluated. But the court does not deem Johnny a whack, so he was not forced to get it out. Reading betwixt and in between the lines. Are we all listening to an airplane? Is this a moment? Truck? What's happening? It's a moment where like nobody knows what's going on. Boo, wanna go home.
Please state your name and address for the record. Jennifer Howell, Los Angeles, California. And what is your current occupation? I run the Art of Elysium, CEO of the Art
the
of
white
Elysium.
noise is played on purpose so the jury cannot hear the discussion.
You indicated that Whitney lived with you from January 2015 to, I'm sorry, May 2015 to April 2016.
That's the sound of Elon Musk breaking into a Tesla.
Are you certain about those dates?
I am certain, yes. She came and went at different periods, but all of her stuff moved out of my house April 2016.
16.
I'm sorry, did you say you were 100%
she from Texas?
certain of that?
Where's she
Could you
from?
answer my question.
Yes, she did go back to Amber and Johnny's at different points, but she was still living with me during that time.
The question I asked, because you were talking at the same time as Vasquez was giving an objection, was I believe that you said you were 100% certain of those dates. Is that correct?
Same with me.
All right.
Oh, you previously testified that you were the CEO for Art of Elysium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you still currently in that position?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been the CEO for Art of Elysium?
I am the founder of the organization, so
not the same person.
We did our first workshop in August of 1997.
I hear the same accent.
The legal paperwork in February of 98 to set up a 501c3. So I guess since the beginning of the charity.
Ms. Howell, when did you first meet Amber Heard?
At the Pineapple Express premiere.
Oh, she's the woman who said that Amber also abused her sister. So Silva BT.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
I believe it was around 2008.
Look at the bed of clash of florals.
It was the LA premiere.
I do declare.
Multiple premieres,
Now,
but
Loki
it was the
sounds
Los
scary.
Angeles premiere of
I don't get
Pineapple
what's going
Express.
on. I think from the accent,
Was
it's
Ms.
the
Heard
same
there
person.
with Mr. Depp?
No, this was long before. I was a guest of James Franco, and Amber was in the movie.
Oh, Sarah.
And so I met she and her sister at the, to be specific, at the after party of the premiere.
Don't you be dropping them
Did
French
Ms.
fries
end up
for me.
working for Art of Elysium at some point?
Yes, she did.
What year did Ms. Henriquez begin working with Art of Elysium?
I believe it was in 2014. I don't have those documents right in front of me. I believe it was leading into the year Amber was receiving the award.
And what was Ms. Henriquez's position at Art of Elysium?
Art salon manager, director.
Art salon.
Does Ms. Henriquez still work for Art of Elysium?
No.
When did that end?
Oh, 2015, I believe.
Each time you saw Mr. Depp, did you ever see him doing any illicit, illegal drugs?
Never.
Did you ever see him consuming excessive amounts of alcohol?
Objection. Never.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever show you photographs of depicting injuries on her face or body?
No.
Art of Elysium sounds like a knockoff of Anna Delvey Foundation.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp was abusive towards her?
No.
Mr. Depp paying your legal fees, Ms. Howell, for this deposition and the testimony you've provided in the UK action?
He is not.
Who is?
Myself.
Why did they not cut out the silence?
Do you feel any particular sense of loyalty towards Mr. Depp?
None at all.
Do you feel any sense of loyalty towards Ms. Heard?
None at all.
Ms. Howell, do you recognize this check as the check that the Art of Elysium received on behalf of Ms. Heard for a donation, an anonymous donation of $250,000?
Yes. Yes.
I believe you testified previously that you understood that the anonymous donor was Elon Musk. Is that true?
Well, yes. I never.
If I could please have Exhibit 4 brought up. And for the record, it's based on JH 22 through 29.
You got that check, $250,000. You smelled that Elon Musk in the air. You left that trail of musk in the air.
Document, Ms. Howell, and if you need to scroll through the 8 pages, feel free.
Can you scroll down?
Well, you scroll down, honey, by moving your finger. Or you can move the mouse. You got a trackpad or something.
Yeah, I recognize that.
And what is this?
That is an email, I believe, I sent to Whitney.
Scrolling up to the first page of this attachment, who is Marcel
Pariseau?
Sure, Pariseau.
He is one of my oldest friends in Los Angeles who has served as a board member of the Art of Elysium and is one of my biggest confidants here in LA, kind of for the course of my career.
A little Golden Girls reference.
I'm going down to the third page of this exhibit. Thank you.
Oh, my axe. Cha. Smell that Elon Musk new t-shirt. Heather.
This is an email, Ms. Howell, that you sent to Whitney Henriquez on or about Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 11:02 a.m.
It is.
This is a true and accurate copy of an email exchange that you sent to Ms. Henriquez?
Yes, I believe I'm the one who gave that. Yes, it is.
And then did you forward this email exchange and the attachments to Marcel Pariseau?
Yeah, I asked him to keep it for me.
Marcel Pariseau? Somebody has the name
Pariseau? Why did you send this email
Pariseau?
and letter to Ms. Henriquez?
Because I've struggled very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know that they're doing it because they're trying to protect their sister, and I'm trying to protect her, and I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, which is tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
Ms. Howell, do you recall submitting a witness statement in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, they basically just called to verify the witness statement that was submitted previously.
And do you recognize this document to be the witness statement and the declaration that you submitted in the UK? And if you want to scroll down to look at it.
Yes, I recognize it.
Oh, honey, wake up. It's your
And at the
trial. It's
first
almost
page,
over.
do
You
you
only
see
got
a
3
date?
days to go. Oh, there you go.
On this document?
January
Camille, Camille,
13th,
perk him up,
2021.
will you? Perk him
And
up.
is
He
this
gonna fall off
document
the
an accurate
chair.
copy of the declaration that you submitted in the UK proceeding on or about January 13th,
Camille, that's
2021?
negligence on your part.
Yes.
Honey, perk him up.
And are all the statements in your UK declaration accurate and true?
I mean, yes, I signed it, yes.
All right, let's pull up what I believe was Depp Exhibit 9. It's been marked as Depp Exhibit 9.
Oh, my Bill Clinton impersonation. You know, I did that one a couple of months ago. Remember when I did my Bill Clinton impersonation
Exhibit 9.
with Monica Lewinsky, allegedly? Actually, when Bill Clinton
So,
was flirting
Ms.
with
Howell,
Coco
earlier you
Chanel,
were
and
shown this
Coco was
document.
like, "This is too sick even for me."
Scrolling to the end of it.
Can you go, okay.
There. Did Mr. Waldman assist you in drafting this email?
Absolutely not.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about drafting this email?
About writing an email? No, I did that on my own accord.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about contacting the ACLU?
I do not recall having a conversation with him about that.
And Ms. Howell, you testified earlier that you received a check from Fidelity Charitable in January of 2018. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said the date, but yes, I received an anonymous donation from that check that was submitted. Whatever it's on there, I just don't know the date off the top of my head.
And you testified that there was a letter sent along with that that said that it was in honor of Amber Heard?
Yes. Richard, I was guaranteed 20 minutes with them after being attacked for 3.5 hours by your side the last time. So I am going to stick by what I was told before entering this and what your side agreed to.
All right, your next witness.
Well,
Your Honor, Mr.
well.
Depp calls Candy Davidson Goldbraun, who is the corporate designee of the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
All right, and that's by deposition, is that?
That was a
Yes, Your
feisty
Honor.
way to end it.
Ron, is it your understanding that you're here to testify today on behalf of the Children's Hospital?
Ta.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So as of June
Oh, honey, did you
2018,
skin Baby
have
Yoda
any
and made a
payments been
mask
made
out of his
by
leather?
Ms. Heard to the Children's Hospital
That's Baby Yoda green.
in connection with the $3.5 million pledge, aside from the original $100,000 check from
Sylvie,
Mr.
it
White
tells
in
the
August
jury
of
that she was
2016.
aggressive.
Yes, there was a payment, a gift on January 9th of 2018.
And what
Also,
amount is that
Subscribe, you
gift that you're
guys. Let's
referring
get to 1,000 subscribers.
$250,000.
Yeehaw!
Okay, and was that gift made by Ms. Heard or on Ms. Heard's behalf?
Blonde and Chatty, we're 115 away.
Okay, and what are you basing that statement on?
By the
Or
check
105?
that we received
Blonde and Chatty,
Fidelity.
are we 105 or 115?
Fidelity charity that came to Children's Hospital.
I think we're 115 away.
What is this document?
No, 105. Blonde and Chatty.
The letter
You're right.
to Mr. White,
You're right. Blonde and Chatty. No.
from myself inquiring about further installments
Chatty, yeah,
on the
115.
pledge
I was wrong. You were right.
that had not been fulfilled.
I'm terrible
and
with numbers.
Why did you write this to Mr. White on June 14th, 2019?
Now, Blood and Chatty, you were right.
I was trying to
My bad.
figure out if there were any other payments coming.
I can't differentiate a 5 to a
Mr.
4 to a
White
10. Well, I've saved my life.
to
I
fulfill
can't.
the pledge because Children's Hospital Los Angeles had not received any other correspondence from him.
And what is this document?
No, Blonde and Chatty, we're both blonde. I'm
It is a
blonder than you
letter
because I'm like me in
Ms.
numbers. Yeah, I can't.
From
For the love of me,
myself on behalf
I
of
just can't.
Children's Hospital Los Angeles, inquiring about additional pledge payment installments.
This letter appears to be directed to Miss Amber Heard, care of Jody Gottlieb. Is that correct?
So she has her mask on because she's at work, and they probably need their masks at work.
Who's Jody Gottlieb?
In the Children's Hospital Los Angeles record, Jody Gottlieb was our contact for Miss Amber Heard.
Ms. Goldbraun, why did you send this letter to Ms. Heard and Ms. Gottlieb?
I was trying to see if the pledge was going to be fulfilled or not.
In your experience,
You know that
is
song?
it common practice for anonymous
Made a meme
donors
out of it.
when making donations to, in one
About the
paragraph,
pony?
state that they wish to remain anonymous, and in the
Petite
very next
pony?
paragraph, identify themselves?
And then they speeded it up, and it's really funny. I
That
used
is
it in one of my
common.
Insta stories. That's kind of Amber Heard, looks like a little pony.
Common for donors to want to remain anonymous publicly, but allow the charity to know who they are.
Between June 2018 and the dates on which you sent the letters to Ms. Heard and Mr. White in June of 2019, were any additional funds received from Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay, so as of June 2018, a total of $250,000 had been received as far as the Children's Hospital is concerned from Ms. Heard. And that was the same amount that had been donated a year later in June of 2019. Is that accurate?
Correct.
As of the date of this deposition, March 30th, 2021, how much in total has Ms. Heard donated to the Children's Hospital?
Thank you, Robert.
For this particular guest.
Robert signing off says,
for
thank
the-
you for bringing
in
real
the
fun and
lifetime?
lightheartedness to this clownery of a case. Have a great time, y'all. Thank you, Robert. You too.
$250,000.
Ms. Goldberg,
Thank you,
you
Zara,
recall we
for
were
sharing
speaking
the
about
live
this
stream on your
letter,
community
a few minutes
page.
ago?
Let's get to 1K, y'all.
All right, and this was a letter that you sent to Ms. Heard, correct?
Yeah, she's probably at work, so she has to wear the mask.
Did you ever get a response to this letter?
No.
As of October of 2018, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
As of March 30th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sorry, I just realized. You said October 2018?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. $250,000.
Okay. As of March 30th, 2019, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
What is your understanding of the length of time over which Ms. Heard pledged the gift of $3.5 million to Children's Hospital?
There was no date arrangement with Ms. Heard to have this pledge paid off in a particular time.
Silly money
If
matter.
Ms.
Money might talk, but
Heard,
what does it say, says Robert.
Were to pay this, the rest of the $3.5 million in 2 years or 5 years, would Children's Hospital welcome that?
CHLA welcomes every and any donation that comes its way.
Has Amber Heard's pledge of the $3.5 million to Children's Hospital expired, to your knowledge?
Not the I'm aware of, no. It has not expired.
Yeah, but a pledge is
All
not a
right, thank you.
donation.
Your next witness, or?
Camille said it. There's a difference
Your Honor, I
between
think
pledge.
we've concluded our witnesses for today. We will have more live witnesses tomorrow.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be the end of your day for today. Again, do not do any outside research, do not discuss the case with anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., okay? Thank you.
Amber couldn't find a rich man to donate on her behalf, says Murphy. Yeah, Jesus, yeah, yeah, it was a quick testimony. I didn't pay much attention either, to be honest with you. It's hard with the mask, and the audio was brutal.
All right, you want to have a seat for just a moment because we do have a few proffers going to be done. Just for the record, we talked about it earlier. I will charge the 30 minutes extra time for today to the plaintiff's team so we can stay on time.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, and I believe, Mr. Rodenborn, you had some proffers you wanted to do for testimony.
We did,
for
Your
the,
Honor,
for the
testimony
record.
in a few exhibits. Mr. Nadelhoff is actually...
Okay, Mr. Nadelhoff, if you want to proffer testimony for the record as to testimony that the court has sustained objections.
So they didn't use their 30 minutes fully till 5:30, and so she's going to say, well, I'm charging you that time anyway, so you have less
Here,
time.
Your Honor, it's a box here, so I just...
Okay, that's fine. You can stay there as long as you stay close to the microphone. I appreciate it.
And Your Honor, what I will do is I'll explain what we're proffering the evidence for, and then we have copies, which I'll provide to you. We'll provide them to you electronically, or I don't have another copy for you right now, but we'll provide.
That's fine. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, for Laurel Anderson, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Laurel Anderson, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Anderson testified in the therapy session. Ms. Heard reported to her that she was slapped by Mr. Depp, that he hit her in the head, had her hair pulled by Mr. Depp, kicked her in the leg, and that Mr. Depp gave Ms. Heard bruises. Ms. Heard also reported that Mr. Depp was the first to initiate any violence. Ms. Heard also reported that she hid in the bathroom to protect herself from Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her on May 21st, 2016, hit her, and held her hair. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that she was a victim to Mr. Depp's abuse. The testimony is contained in Dr. Anderson's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit A. The court also excluded records of Dr. Anderson from Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's therapy sessions and a treatment summary, which are Exhibits B and C. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Anderson's testimony as described in medical records, stating that they were hearsay and that they did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the grounds that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. For Dr. Kipper, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. David Kipper, Mr. Depp's physician. Dr. Kipper testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns of Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, that Mr. Depp tried to fight and push Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island, and that she found lots of cocaine in February 2016. Dr. Kipper also testified he told Mr. Depp to, quote, bury the dragon, which referred to the bad feelings that Mr. Depp has inside him. This testimony is contained in Dr. Kipper's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit D. Dr. Kipper also testified about an email he wrote explaining Mr. Depp's detox treatment. In the email, Dr. Kipper wrote to Mr. Depp's sister that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger, romanticized the drug culture, and had no patience if his needs were not met. This email is Exhibit C. Exhibit E. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Kipper's testimony and the email stating it was hearsay, that it did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. Deborah Lloyd. On March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Debbie Lloyd, Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Lloyd testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, and that Mr. Depp worked himself up into a rage and was trying to fight Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island. This testimony is contained in Ms. Lloyd's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit F. Also, Ms. Lloyd kept nursing notes on these issues that she testified to, which is Exhibit G. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Lloyd's testimony and portions of the nursing notes, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment.
Is she just taking a baby out of court?
The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and portions of the notes.
Was that a baby? Was that an infant?
Aaron Borum Filati. On March 31st and April 1st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Ms. Filati, Ms. Hurd's, and Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Filati testified that Ms. Hurd reported to her on December 16, 2015, that Mr. Depp headbutted Ms. Hurd in the forehead. This also was contained in Ms. Filati's nursing notes, which is Exhibit H. Ms. Filati further testified that Ms. Hurd reported being freaked out after the December 2015 incident and testified to text messages between herself and Ms. Hurd where Ms. Hurd reported the incident of abuse.
Why do they have to do this recap
I, J,
today?
K, L, and M.
Like,
Ms.
are they
Filati
giving
also
some sort of
that on May 21st, 2016,
final thing
Ms. Hurd
since
reported
like
that
they
Mr. Depp became
don't have
completely
any more
delusional
witnesses
and
to call?
crazed and
Maybe
hit
this is
Ms.
kind of
Hurd in
their
the face while she was on the phone with Io Tillett-Wright. Ms.
zipping it
Filati
shut
testified to text messages
for
reporting this
their-
as well, which are contained
Oh my
in
God!
Exhibit
Look how
N.
ugly that fade is.
Testimony
I'm
contained
sorry,
in Ms.
but
Filati's deposition transcript,
so
which is
unprofessional.
Exhibit O.
Whoever cut that hair,
Mr.
that's not
Depp
even a
objected
fade.
to Ms. Filati's testimony.
On the back,
portions of
it's
the
like
nursing notes
crookedly
and the
cut. I'm
text
telling
messages
ya.
referenced stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for
This
purposes
is not
of
a
medical
good
treatment.
haircut.
The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony
It's not even a
and
fade.
portions of the nursing notes and the text messages were hearsay.
The jury is
Banks,
gone.
Dr. Amy Banks. On
Yes,
April
Debbie,
29th,
the jury
2022,
has left the building.
defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Amy Banks, a clinical psychologist and relationship consultant who worked with Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp. Dr. Banks testified that in therapy sessions, Ms. Hurd reported that Mr. Depp attacked her physically, including by hitting her with his hand. Dr. Banks also testified that Ms. Hurd reported that Mr. Depp cut his finger off and burned himself with a cigarette. Dr. Banks also reported that Ms. Hurd told her that Mr. Depp initiated the violence while in a session with Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp did not object to the characterization of the violence. Finally, Dr. Banks testified that she believed Ms. Hurd's accounts of the violence and that Ms. Hurd was a victim of domestic abuse. This testimony is contained in Dr. Banks's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit P. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Banks's testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment and for providing improper expert opinion. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay and that Dr. Banks' testimony that Ms. Hurd was a victim of domestic abuse was improper expert opinion. Connell Cowan. On
Jesus,
April
that's a
29th,
mistake, babe. It's not a
2022,
fade. Yeah,
the
that
defendant
haircut is a
attempted
mistake.
to
Oh my God, Heather
designate
says his
certain
girlfriend
portions
cut
of
it
the
last
deposition
night.
testimony for trial of Dr. Connell Cowan, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Hurd. Dr. Cowan testified that in the therapy
You know what's so
session,
scary to me? Like,
Ms.
okay,
Hurd
now he's
reported
reading this
abuse
stuff
by
like
Mr.
as if
Depp,
like, okay, like
including
this is
text
like
messages
fact.
and medical notes.
But what if he's like
where Ms.
lying and
Hurd
changing
reported in
something? Like
December
the
2015 that,
counterpart,
quote,
like Johnny's
"Johnny
lawyers
did a
have to be
number on me,"
really
end
on
quote.
it, listening
This
that he's saying
testimony is
everything
contained in
correctly.
Dr. Cowan's
Because if
deposition
he
transcript,
switches
which is
something
Exhibit Q.
around, they have
It's
to
also
immediately say
contained in
no,
Dr. Cowan's
wrong. I
medical
mean, it's
notes in Exhibit
insane.
R
The
at
amount of paranoia you have to have for
9122
every
through
word
23,
spoken
and
by
is
the
contained in
opposition.
text messages that are Exhibits S and T. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Cowan's testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the ground that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay. Alan Blaustein.
Amanda
On
says,
April
I think
29th,
Amber must have
2022,
cut
the
it as
defendant
revenge.
attempted to designate
I
certain
mean,
portions of the
Amber
deposition
Heard?
testimony for trial of Dr. Alan
Maybe it was a
Blaustein,
cut of
a
passion.
clinical psychologist who worked with Mr. Depp. Dr. Blaustein testified that in the therapy sessions, Mr. Depp reported that he had cut himself as a child and burned himself with cigarettes.
But yeah, definitely her
Dr. Blaustein also
cheekbones.
testified
First of all,
about
how
the
she
drugs that
highlights
Mr.
them
Depp
and
was
the
on,
shadow
as reported to
underneath. She
him by Ms.
literally,
Lloyd.
I mean,
This testimony is contained in Dr. Blaustein's deposition
Maleficent.
transcript.
I mean, maybe
which
she
is
wants to
Exhibit
be
U.
Maleficent
This
3, but
information
honey,
was also contained in emails,
honey,
which are Exhibits
that's
V,
Disney
W, and
again.
X.
Disney doesn't
Mr.
want
Depp
you.
objected to Dr. Blaustein's
Disney
testimony
doesn't
regarding the
want-
cutting and
don't
burning
do it.
himself as speculation,
Don't do it.
and the testimony
Plus,
regarding the
you
drugs
don't want
Mr.
to
Depp was
fall
taking as
in
hearsay
bad
that did not
grace
fall into any
with
exceptions,
Angelina Jolie.
including statements for purposes
Okay?
of medical treatment.
You
The
don't
court
try to steal
sustained the
Maleficent
objections
from her.
on these grounds.
No, Amber, you can
Bonnie
turn around as
Jacobs.
much as you want.
On
No,
May 4th, 2022, the
Amber,
defendant
no.
attempted to introduce into evidence the treatment notes
you're not gonna get
of Dr.
Maleficent.
Bonnie Jacobs, a clinical
Maleficent 3.
psychologist who
No.
worked with Ms. Hurd. The treatment notes show Ms. Hurd reporting abuse
sad
by Mr.
puppy
Depp,
eyes.
including
You're
sexual
not getting
violence. The
Maleficent
treatment
3.
notes are Exhibit Y. And based on the court's ruling, the
quit
defendant
looking
did not
so
call
sad.
Bonnie Jacobs as a witness.
You're not
Mr. Depp objected
sleepy
to
eyes
Dr.
now.
Jacobs' notes
Now you're
hearsay that
flirting
did
to
not
get
fall
the
into
part.
any exceptions,
No, ain't
including
happening.
statements for purposes of medical treatment.
No.
The court sustained the objections on those grounds. I have some more. Give me a moment.
As long as you don't just keep turning every page in that book.
No,
I'm not staying for that.
It is not.
Yeah. The judge is like, I'm not staying for that shit. You gotta go through that Bible? Not today, Satan. Not today. They would only do that with Angelina Jolie, right? Her cheeks look like prosthetics, filters, or fillers gone bad, says Jesus. Smurfette says in the highlight on the top of the blush, not
UK
cute.
judgment on April 29,
Dacob.
2022, Ms. Heard
Johnny
moved
fell
to allow
asleep.
evidence and questioning
Maria.
regarding the UK judgment
Johnny fell asleep.
and for admission
Yeah,
of
poor
the
thing.
judgment itself, which is Exhibit Z. In support for her motion, Ms. Heard argued that Mr. Depp had opened the door
Yeah, the
to
judge is
admission
fab.
of the
The judge
judgment
is
by
like,
presenting
honey.
evidence of damages after the date of the judgment on November 2nd, 2020.
Oh, honey.
For example, Ms. Heard observed that Mr. Depp had sought damages for losing his role in Pirates of the Caribbean 6, a movie that has not yet been made.
Caribbean
Ms. Heard
6?
further observed that Mr. Depp testified
He said
that
sex.
the op-ed had caused him and his family irreparable harm.
He said
thereby
Caribbean
suggesting
sex
that his reputational harm had continued
instead of
to the
six.
present. Ms. Heard noted that Mr. Depp's expert designation indicated Michael
Rottweiler
relied on
really
Mr. Depp's earnings
going
from
there.
2019 to 2021 when reaching its opinion, which resulted in an amendment to the designation. Ultimately, the court found that Mr. Depp had not opened the door to the admission of the UK judgment and overruled the motion, which the court did again today with
You know what I
Mr.
would tell him
Banya's,
if I were the judge, Mr. Rottweiler? I'm sick and tired of listening to your Dear Diary confessions. Please stick to the facts.
Adam Bercovici, on May 19th, 2022, Ms. Heard attempted to call
Yeah, he
Adam
is sleeping. Johnny
Bercovici, who
is-
is an expert in the policing and Los Angeles Police Department policing of domestic violence calls for service. Mr.
Johnny
Bercovici
is
would have testified
taking a
to his
nap.
qualifications in the field of policing and LAPD policing of domestic violence calls for service as follows, and further outlined in Ms. Heard's fourth supplemental and rebuttal disclosures dated March 31st, 2022. Mr. Bercovici spent 30 years with the LAPD, retiring in 2012 at the rank of lieutenant. He has extensive experience as a patrol officer, field supervisor, uniformed watch commander, both as Sergeant Second and Lieutenant One, along with multiple assignments as an officer in charge, Lieutenant Second of specialized detective units. During his tenure
Oh my God,
with the
that haircut. I
LAPD,
cannot
Mr.
stop
Bercovici
looking
held
at it.
numerous
It's so
positions,
irritating.
directly responding to and overseeing subordinate officers' responses to the domestic violence calls for service, including as a patrol officer, supervisor, watch commander, and assistant watch commander.
Yeah.
And actually, this, Your Honor, is the person who prepared this prepared a longer brief of what he was going to say. Is it okay to just submit it rather than hearing me read it all?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
No objection, okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
And with that, that's
Okay.
proper.
You just scared me with the size of that.
No,
just wanted to-
I understand.
Okay. All right, that's fine. If you can get Jamie our copy of it, we'll make sure it becomes
course,
part of
sir.
the record as well, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any proffers, Mr. Chu, that you need to, at this point?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Then I think there's just a couple things I need from you. Like tomorrow, let me, by the end of the day tomorrow, if I could get clean jury instructions without the cites on them for the ones that have been admitted, and also the verdict forms as well, if that's been worked out, okay?
Your Honor, we sent revised jury instructions to them yesterday morning and a revised verdict form today, so just waiting to get back, but we'll coordinate.
All right, thank you. And you're working with Jamie about some exhibits. There's some that were, both sides noted that were in evidence that are not, so I want to make sure everybody gets everything cleared up. You're caught up? I've been in touch with those. Okay, good. All right, just keep that going so we can get that, make sure that's taken care of. As far as time left, Sammy, today, I can give you a rough estimate for two reasons. One, you had some depositions, so make sure you give the breakdowns to Sammy about those. And two, Sammy wasn't here today. He had a mandatory CLE that he had to do, so I just did a rough estimate, and I want to qualify that as a rough estimate, but it looks like the plaintiff has used about 5 hours today and the defendant used about 1 hour and 15 minutes is what I have, okay? And again, that's a rough estimate, so don't expect them to be the same, but Sammy's going to get to it this evening and send you an email this evening with the actual accurate
So
times,
Sammy basically
okay?
is going to work
Anything else?
20 hours shift.
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye. And, oh, Michelle. Okay, so okay, 1 hour, roughly 5. So they're left with 10, Johnny's side is left with roughly 10 hours or 9 point something. And Amber is like, they're like all saying goodbye to him. And Amber's, he's saying goodbye to who now? To the others? Did he say goodbye to Amber? And the other side is left with around 3.5 to 4 hours. If what the judge is saying is roughly correct. Maybe he said goodbye to Michelle. Michelle is talking to Camille. She's saying something to Camille. She's like, oh my God, here's my number, girl. Call me. Let's go to the movies together when this is over. Like, let's get in touch on Saturday when the trial is over. Okay, that's it. That's that, you guys. Hi, it's your favorite gay cousin of Mr. Spock from Star Wars. With the pointy ear and all. Such a Spock moment. Like, I can't even. So, I hope you've enjoyed this. Maria wants to see the beginning statements. Listen, I can't. And I'm going to tell you why. Too tired, and also because tomorrow I want to be there bright and early. There's a reason why they closed today without having another witness. And that's because I have a sneaky suspicion, right, that Kate Moss is going to be the first one tomorrow. So, you know what I mean? When the jury is fresh and ready. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she won't be, but maybe she won't be the first one. Maybe she's going to be the last one. Maybe she's not even going to be tomorrow. Maybe she's going to be on Thursday. But, you know, can we get 5 more subscribers at least? Let's at least hit 900 today. That would be amazing. If we could get to 900 subscribers today, you know what I mean? So we hit 900. We reached some sort of milestone. It would be fantabuloso-tastic to get to 900. I love DIY. My son Dacob is flawless no matter what. Thank you, darling. Good show. Can't wait for Kate Moss, says Gloria. Thanks, darling. Not to be confused with my other gay cousins, says Andrea. Right? Katie girl is coming, says Orsi. So excited, says Orsi. Hope I'm up to see it, says Debs. I mean, I'm gonna alarm clock. I'm gonna be ready for good old Katie. Ash says, thanks for a great show. Zara says, looking forward to doing this again tomorrow. Fantabulosa is a perfume by Lush. You gotta be kidding me, Jesus. I mean, we'll go, right? But so, anyway, 5 more subbies for totally Dacob, and then we reach 900, which would be fantastic, would be fabulous. Smurfette says, wish Kate Moss was in person, but still should be fireworks. The trial starts at 9 a.m. Each day, Eastern time, allegedly, with an A. So, you best believe it gonna be early. Wish Kate Moss was in person, but still should be fireworks. Jack says, Breath of God by Lush is actually an okay perfume. Pap, how's it going, sweetie? Oh, I'm here at the end. Well, take care, y'all. Well, welcome and howdy. Howdy to you and bitey to you. And I'm not, it used to be called Ladyboy, and then they renamed it to Fantabulosa, says Jesus. Oh my God. The shade. Jack says, did you hear them? They said they have more live witnesses tomorrow, so we may get a surprise and have Kate in person. Well, they might have a couple of witnesses that are live and a couple of witnesses that are, well, she's live, even though she's on camera. The difference is on camera, you could even have a pre-recorded deposition, or you could have a deposition that's happening live. They've done those in the past. They've done those in the past. Throughout this trial, they've done those, and so we've had police, not police, somebody was like calling in deposition live, interviewed live, or examined live. So that might also be a live witness, even though she's on Zoom. I'm not so sure. So, you guys, we are at 897, and I'm really bad at this. 897. So we're 3 more subscribers away from 900. We just moved up 2 subscribers, you guys. Can we we'll go. Heather says, definitely we'll be back here tomorrow. Yes, queen. If Kate will be there live like in person, I will lose my effing mind. So, to be perfectly honest with you, it's kind of like the cherry on top of the cake to have Kate Moss there at the end of these 6 weeks of torture, to have like Katie, arrive at the end of all of it. It's like when you're playing a video game and you have all those levels and you got to defeat all the bosses and you got to save the Princess Peach at the end. Well, this is my Princess Peach moment. I'm like, okay, we've been through 6 levels, like 6 weeks. Every week is a new level. And now we finally arrived to the last level, and the last level is Kate Moss. You know what I mean? And this is our reward. Because listen, Kate Moss is super shy. She doesn't really like to give interviews. She's never really talkative. She never really does anything where she has to talk and just give interviews. So it's a rare moment to get to see Katie answering questions. Living ferret. Totally living ferret. Hiromi says, I have just subscribed this channel, Dacob. Thank you so much, Hiromi, for subscribing. Jack says, subscribe, everyone. Bring Kate Moss into the courtroom, says Asia. Pop says, she will be the cherry on the cake. Oh, totally. Amandeep says, I wonder if Amber will copy Kate Moss's look the next day. You best believe she will, because I'm sure Amber is going to look at Kate Moss and be like, I want to be like her. Give me her hair. Give me her bone structure. Give me her outfit. Give me everything from her. But she can't. There's only one Kate Moss, Amber. Sorry, honey. No, ain't gonna happen. Smurfette said, how long were Kate and Johnny together? That was a long time ago. I think they dated for a hot minute. I don't know how long they were. Thanks for a great live show. See you tomorrow, says BB. Asia A says, imagine we could call in Kate Moss during the live for some hot tea. Ooh, Asia would love that. Oh my God, can you imagine her copying Kate, says Aisha? I mean, she probably is going to do it. She's probably going to copy Kate. We're gonna see. If Kate Moss testifies tomorrow, which is Wednesday, and then we're going to see on Thursday, how Amber is going to look. Is she going to be inspired by good old Katie? Pop says, I will need to catch up from today's live trial. Amandeep says, Johnny and Winona were the best. Jack says, we're going to hack the Zoom call. Odyssey says, no, we're not. This is just a joke. Whoever from the legal teams is listening, it's not going to happen. Jack just has a very sick sense of humor. Odyssey says, they were together for 3 years. I thought it was just a hot minute. Which 3 years, Odyssey? When was that exactly? Late 90s, early 2000s? What? Amanda says, thanks for doing this, Dacob. Take care, all. Thank you, Amandeep. Asia says, oh, or her laughter, or her daughter, Leela Moss. She will definitely copy Kate, says Odyssey. Aisha's like, we be looking for it. Heather says, she will bring some class for sure. Yes. Yes, she will. Jack apologizes for the threats. Smurfette says, thanks, Orsi. Thought it was longer than that. Honestly, Orsi, I thought it was shorter than that. 3 years is a long time. Nothing I say is real, legal people, says Jack. Exactly. Early 90s? No, because in the early 90s... Oh, you know what? It could have been early 90s. Oh, mid 90s. 94 to 97? Okay. Kate will wear a black blazer, says Aisha. With a décolleté. Okay, so she's going to wear a white shirt and a black blazer. Hair back. Or hair loose. Hair up, maybe. She's going to have an updo, maybe, for this occasion. White t-shirt underneath. Oh, white t-shirt underneath. Oh, we're going to do the cool look. Now, I think she's going to want to look serious for the jury so that she comes across as believable and respectable so that the jury believes her. So maybe not a white t-shirt. I hope she's in a 90s sweatsuit, says Jack. Heather says they dated like 3 years. Jack says ponytail and a sweatsuit. They dated from 94 to 97. Juicy Couture velvet tracksuit. I would love that, but she ain't gonna do that, you guys, because they're gonna tell her to dress up in a way that, you know, she comes across as presentable to the jury, respectable, so that they believe what she says. If she goes too ratchet, they're not gonna believe a word she says. You know what I mean? So she has to look presentable. Now, this is a weird question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Are we sure all the jury, if any, Ella Aine's line of questioning, are we sure the jury, if any, knows who Kate Moss is? Ella Aine, says Jack. So Love the says, she wearing Burberry? Yeah, of course she's going to be wearing Burberry, right? Sharon Cole, Madame says she will wear a McQueen moment. Pap says the Google says they dated for like 4 years. Sharon Cole says there is an interview with her saying it. Jack says, oh please, she's a goddess. They will believe any word. Love DIY says she wearing Burberry. Asia says to Aisha, the hot pink tracksuit. Jesus says she will show up in a Zara two-piece inspired by Pucci, just like Anna Bay. Asia says they should study Anna Delvey's look for the jury. Oh my gosh. I wish Amber Heard gave us one of those choker, like plastic choker necklaces moments like Anna Delvey. I was waiting for that, and unfortunately it did not happen. Pap says, to be honest, I will be very surprised if Amber will win. Jack says, Ella Aines, Cute Little Angel 786, I wonder if Johnny will pay Kate for this favor. In nature, you mean? Or what? I don't know if she wants his services at this point, after all these years. Amizi says, I would wear my Dolce & Gabbana white blazer or my black Versace. Let's hope I never have to go to court. Oh my God. Love it. A whole moment. I love a whole moment in court. Like, what are you wearing? Versace. And black blazer turtleneck trousers. Possibly, even though it is summer-ish, so maybe too warm for that. Jack says, of course they know who she is. Maria, I don't know. Maria says, well, she's going to have to present herself. Smurfette says, she has to appear conservatively dressed, blazer, blouse, black hair, hair back. Aaron says, she will wear a yellow blazer like Michelle. Jack gots to go. Aisha says, he will wire the money. Pop says, cute little angel, nature only, and paying in nature only. Jack says, thanks for dedicating your whole week to us, Dacob. So much work. Thank you for spending your time with me, you guys. Thank you guys so much. See you soon, Jack. And Asia laughing, Smurfette laughing. Aaron says, bye, Jack. Night, Jack. Asia says, I wish they showed their shoes. Madame says, all in Fendace to be discreet. Amiri says, bye, Jack. It's still 14 degrees in England. Summer is the never here. Asia says, I like to like, do they wear heels or ballerinas? Kate Moss is so tiny. She probably wears ballerinas because she doesn't care she's tiny. Now, big round of applause to our mods, Jack and Debbie. Big round of applause to Jack and Debbie for keeping us safe. I don't know. Do we have any more mods? I don't know. Audrey, round of applause to Audrey as well. Silala, just helping. I don't know if everybody's a mod on the main channel and over here, but thanks for keeping us safe, you guys. And that's that. You know, I'm going to see you in a couple of hours. Thank you, Madame. Thank you, Mizi, Orsi, T-Pal, Catherine, Asia, RN, Jesus, and Aisha, Heather, Miri, Smurfette. So, you guys, so how do we... Sorry for the Mina scare. Yeah, Madame, don't do that to us. Lynn's Moomin, thank you for keeping me entertained while recovering in bed. Have a super speedy recovery. We are at 8. Okay, well, we're ending the day with 897 subscribers. We did not rock the boat subscriber-wise, but whatever. We rocked it entertainment-wise. Loves Debbie's. Francesca Pagano, thanks, Dacob. Thank you. Sunset and Moonlight, thank you, Dacob. I had a great time. Nina says, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys. Hopefully Kate Moss is coming. And until tomorrow, never forget to never give up on love. Bye. That's it.